I did want to mention before we departed from the topic of yesterday real quick. I
Yeah.
feel like this DLC format, like, it hasn't changed a ton since season 4, but like in that mid event update where like a bunch of rush squares got removed and stuff, I
Yeah.
feel like a bunch of people have been kind of struggling to figure out the DLC, and it's been kind of an unknown quality. And I feel like Iron U yesterday kind of showed us the way of what these matchups might start to look like as we get more established players against newcomers, because it's super easy to prep these lines in the dark and be super dangerous because like you get so little information while playing the DLC. So curious to see if we have any fast adapters of that kind of technology, especially once they start falling behind. Because like that's what I would be looking to do if I were afraid of losing a DLC match. Just go dark, prep a line, see what happens.
No,
But anyway, we got a game.
Exactly. And yeah, we have the board here now for the base game. Starting center square, acquire 3 legendary talismans. So that's already an interesting start because it kind of forces you to possibly use one of your keys if you want to do an old Altus tunnel rush instead of going for maybe source seals here. Center square, obviously the most important square on any bingo board. But we also have some big boss fights. We have Fire Giant, we've got Rykard, we have Blackblade Kindred. So this is some big ones. Lanciax is on the board here as well. So maybe looking at maximizing that weapon upgrade to at least Somber 9, if not even Somber 10. Fire Giant is a big DPS check. But also some rush squares here. We got Unique Knights Calves, right? We have Magnus. That can be a bit of a rush. What else do we have here that could be a bit of a rush?
Not the rushiest board, to be honest.
That's pretty much it. Yeah. There's not that much on here.
Whenever I'm looking for squares in the base game, like what do I think are like the really important squares on a board? It's like kind of 2 things. Like, well, sure, the rush, but like where do I get my stones? Most notably, like that first set of 2s and 3s, and then the all-important Somber 6 or Smithing 5s. And then the other thing that I'm looking for is fast money. So the things that I see on this board that kind of fall into that camp are Magnus, obviously super dangerous NPC, scary to go for early. Tom, of course, 2-God speedrunner, very used to wild striking him in the corner and having it work out like magic at super low upgrades and stuff. So I would expect to see him eye that up potentially for his Somber 6. Also great hammer check. But also this Tree Scent duo, just kind of like a very accessible boss that gives a fair amount of runes. There's duo trio bosses on the board, so I would expect those 2 squares to be kind of hot spots in the kind of late early game, I would say, after players get a little bit of setup going.
Yeah, I think just from looking at these classes here, Tom's still kind of having a bit of a tough decision trying to pick out whichever class he wants. He has 30 seconds here to still pick what he would like to start with. Gray went immediately with the long haft axe class, which we've seen already in the DLC do some pretty decent damage. It's really not that bad. I don't know how well it does in the base game, because with the DLC you immediately max upgrade to 24. So some weapons sometimes are really good when you fully max upgrade them, whereas in the early stages of like a +5 or a +7 smithing, they really do not hold their own. So I don't know if the long haft axe is really good through and through from the beginning of upgrading to the end of upgrading, or if they're just doing this because of its comfort pick. But both players going for the same class here, the long haft axe, and we're starting here in about 5 seconds now. Oh, actually, we already did start. Silly me. Opening up the door right now, and we'll see what they're considering here as their first square. Again, I think Knights Calves, especially with that being a corner square here, I think it's going to be very important. I think this is going to go almost first. And then Legendary Talismans might be tackled next. Speaking of Legendary Talismans, let's go ahead and bring up the map real quick here. We can talk about what Legendary Talismans are available to our players. Let's bring up the map while we have them, jump off a ledge. So, Legendary Talismans, we have a couple options here, right? So, we have Kaled, right? We have the Fort Faroth. There's going to be the Radigan Source Seal. That's 1 Legendary Talisman. We also have, in Altus Plateau, the Everjail with Godefroy. That gives us the Godfrey's Icon. That's also a Legendary Talisman. Raya Lucaria has Radigan's Icon in the building. Right after Red Wolf, you go up behind the building, up the ladder, and you jump into through the balcony. And there's going to be a Radigan's Icon. That's a 3rd Legendary Talisman. We have downstairs Moon of Noxtella. We've seen this square before on the board. Moon of Noxtella, also a Legendary Talisman. And on top of that, a 5th one being in the Halleck Tree here. That's going to be the America Source Seal. Those are the 5 options, and we'll see how the players deviate on this, but I'm expecting America's Source Seal because all you need to do is just jump down from that Somber 10 and Halleck Tree and use 1 Stone Sword key to get access to it, and then maybe Radigan Source Seal as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, you do miss the Somber 9 if you go for the America's Source Seal in Halleck Tree, but if you're careful with the Revenants, you can still get the Lord's Rune, which is kind of cool. So
yeah,
we'll
I mean,
see.
also, I mean, it depends, right? Because you might just grab the Source Seal and you might just reset and then go back up the elevator again and then go for the Somber 9. But I'm really not sure. Really not sure. Okay, college checker actually from Gray, not going straight for the North Grace here, but going for Kale first. I guess just to see if there is a weapon that he really wanted. Now grabbing the Grace right afterwards. Do we have Blythe? I don't think we have Blythe on the board, so just maybe it's just a little bit of a time sink checking this shot.
Oh, sorry. A little interesting to do if you don't have, like, starting rune or, like, a really valuable piece of armor to sell, because then you just have to, like, come back later. But I guess if you do how many weapons does he actually have? It's only, like, 1 or 2, right?
I think they both have 2 weapons. Although, the thing is, like, it was a long half-axe and I think a shield, so...
No, sorry. I meant at Kale. Like, how many does he sell?
Oh, 1. I'm pretty sure
Just
it's 1.
one?
I think it was just it was the Black Steel Twin Blade, I believe, was in the shop.
Okay. Yeah, kind of a strange check to do, I suppose. But, I mean, this long half-axe is pretty hard to wield. I imagine Gray would be pretty comfortable with it if he could wield it, just because, like you say, it is a pretty common go-to in the DLC. No really weapon requirement issues with all that starting money, and you find it often via the Bonnie Great Axe check.
Mm-hmm.
Tom heading up to Storm Hill, potentially just getting some ones, getting set up, and Gray a few seconds behind.
So what would you do here yourself, Jack? Would you go for Knight's Calves right away, or what would you like to do as, you know,
I feel like getting... What would I do? I mean, getting the Halleck Tree money for the Legendary Talisman is pretty cool. It would make, like, whatever weapon you find wieldable via the Lord's Rune. And then, like, getting your stones by the Weeping Merchant near the Knight's Cav is kind of cool. He sells, like, the ones and stuff, another weapon check. Mm-hmm. All that is very nice. But, like, with a relatively mid and late game board like this, I would be I'd be pretty interested in getting juiced up here. So, like, potentially, even though these 2 Knights Calves is pretty strong on a diagonal, pretty fast, it could be a trap compared to just getting more upgraded.
Yeah. No, I agree. It could be a little bit of a one-off, pretty much. You don't have horse bosses on the board. You don't have, you know, Limgrave Weeping bosses on the board. So these 2 Knights Calves, even though it is a rush square, it is a corner square, is definitely just a one-off. We do see, by the way, Gray did do the Greatsword check. It was Gargoyle's Greatsword, so not the best pickup at all. Now just going immediately to Shiefra here. I think we're seeing Tom kind of doing the same prep. A little bit of different routing, but just doing the Liurnia Merchant instead for smithing 2s and 1s. And Gray, yeah, being in Shiefra right now, going to grab those smithing 2s and 3s as well. And then we might see some deviation, maybe some upgrading, maybe straight towards Halleck Tree, full upgrades. I guess we'll see. Not too sure. Not too sure just yet.
Yeah, just kind of like upgrading, waiting to see if somebody does those Knights Calves. Makes a lot of sense. Not really a whole lot to say about the choices between these stones. Like, Shiefra is obviously free to get the stones, whereas if you go to Liurnia, you gotta pay a little bit of cash.
Yeah.
Maybe Gray made the calculation that, like, Mountaintops is, like, just enough money to wield his weapon. And so he doesn't want to pay for the stones in Liurnia, but, like, I don't know, you saw Tom grab, like, the sacrificial twig to sell, or at least I think he did. Did he already sell it? Yeah, there it goes. So that's some technology to get these 2s without having to go elsewhere to get cash, so kind of nice from him.
Not bad, not bad. Yeah.
Ionia, just kidding, continuing to get set up here.
It looks like they're both definitely doing a setup route here. Altus Tunnel probably for Gray, and Tom right now going through Kaled, actually going to be grabbing those smithing 4s from the looks of it. So definitely completely different upgrade paths, but both still just focusing on upgrades for now. I do like Tom's a bit more in this specific setup, where he's also getting other Graces set up while getting his stones. So
yeah,
bit more map
Really not a
progression.
huge fan of old Altus here, especially with Magnus on the board. It doesn't make a lot of sense to like just not put any stock in Magnus, I feel. But I mean, maybe Gray is making the calculation that there's no way he's beating Tom to Magnus.
Well,
So
also, I mean, he could have done the bridge grace here. He could have done the what's it called, iniquity grace or whatever. The bridge, like you jump up, don't jump down, go across the bridge with the Virgin Abductors. That grace.
the kind of one like at the start of Gelmir.
Yeah, you could just hold on to that if you really wanted to, right? For Magnus at some point. I feel like that's just a really nice backup. Get 2 blood grease. I know blood grease isn't the most amazing thing on the planet, but you know, it's there. It's free.
Yeah, if you got Wild Strikes, it'll proc. If you've got a weapon with bleed on it already, then it'll make it bleed faster. It's not useless for sure. Tom already in the Lake of Rot, by the way. Holy shit.
He's zooming. He wants those upgrades. Here we have a Colossal Weapon check for Gray as well, by the way. And we have Prelate Inferno's Crozier. That is definitely not something a player would use because it's just way too heavy. I'd be very surprised. Way too heavy, and I don't even know if it's... I mean, it's pretty decent, but... I don't know. I guess the Charged R2s on Prelate are kind of bad. Like, I think Giant Crushers R2s are, like, way better.
I'm personally not a huge fan of Colossals. Like, they're just, I don't know, I don't like the slowness of the moveset personally, but I'm a little surprised we don't see them more in the DLC when stat requirements aren't nearly as big of a problem. But I guess it's just like the lack of checks. Like, there's just not an abundance of checks that you can do in the DLC. Like, it's pretty bad to go into forges early, stuff like that, so.
Yeah. Gray here not going
see them in Bingo.
for the old Altus Tunnel kill on the Stone Digger Troll, by the way, just immediately trying to remember if Grace out. Gets killed by dogs here, going straight towards Hallowed Tree as well. Yeah, they're both just going full max upgrade from the very beginning. This is fascinating because for the longest time, it was very much like, oh, there's rush squares, I'm going rush squares. So this is actually very, I would say, anti-Tom, where he normally does do 1 rush square, if not 2, before he actually goes for max upgrades. But this is actually the complete opposite today, where he's going for full upgrades instead. Maybe trying to throw off Gray of his usual play style. Grabbing the America Sorcerer here, which I've talked about before, and now running past this Royal Revenant. Going to be grabbing some money here. Very interesting. So Tom already having a Legendary Talisman for the center square. But, yeah, both getting completely set up first before grabbing a single square on the board. 9 minutes have already passed.
I feel like this mostly makes a lot of sense. Like, if you're Tom, you don't really want to like get behind in upgrades. Like if you feel favored in the match, that is one of the ways that you could like kind of throw it away. Oh, we're getting some extra stuff. Oh, there's a Somber 9 down here. Holy shit, his brain is so big. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's about to die though. I wonder if that matters. I think he got everything else. So
Nah, yeah, you got everything.
Gray not grabbing the America Source Seal here, just grabbing the Numinous Rune and running towards that normal Somber 9 that everybody else grabs. And now, upgrade time. And we get to check Round Table Shop. This will be really nice, actually, to see. Oh, Gray has to be a little careful there.
I think the other part of this play from them that makes a lot of sense is that they must just not have had very good starting classes, because, like, Long Half's pretty tough to wield. Also, once you do, not really all that exciting. There we go. Now we're juicing.
Wow. Okay, there's a lot of good weapon options here. Rotten Staff is a colossal weapon, but it's a really, really strong colossal weapon. Also, obviously, the tried and true, the favorite, Great Stars. Great Stars is on there. We can get Wild Strikes on the way to Margit. That's a done deal. As soon as Gray sees that, he's going to buy the same thing. It's going to be a full-on Great Stars match, or Great Stars.
Yeah. Now, I don't think Tom has a 6 because he didn't go to Old Altus, so I'm pretty sure he's going to go, like, get all the way up to where he can kill Magnus for the 6, then go max, is my prediction here. And I'm pretty sure he bought the Rotten Staff just to have a Somber weapon. It's, like, super heavy, unfortunately, but there were no other Somber weapons in the shop, so in order to use these stones... Oh, did he screw something up here? He's looking confused. Did he not grab the Kaled 4? Yeah, he's...
Oh, no, he does. No, he has the Kaled 4. He doesn't have enough 3s. He only has up to +7.
Well, he needs to get the
4.
Somber 4.
Yeah.
Somber 4.
He grabbed the Smithing 4s. He didn't have the Somber 4, so he thought, I guess, that he went to a Gazebo maybe and Lyrinia instead, so he thought he had up to 9. That's definitely unfortunate, a bit of a time loss there. About a 30-second time loss, and it's giving Gray some time to kind of catch up here a little bit. Tom already
Yeah,
annoyed.
he's shaking his head.
He's already annoyed, but you know what? He can make up for it here. He has still all of his money. Hasn't died yet, so we should be all fine. But I'm assuming once they're both max upgraded, we're definitely going to be seeing, you know, things get rushed very quickly at this point. Also, we do need a strike weapon. I guess, actually, Great Stars is a strike weapon for the kill 3 unique gargoyles, likely Kindred Square. So that's going to be very important.
And BBK himself on the board.
What I do like here is that BBK is on the board, but also duo trio bosses. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of duo trio synergy, by the way, because tree sent duo tree bosses, duo trios, like a lot of power. It's probably gonna be claimed like faster than one would get to BBK, but yeah, certainly powerful. It's kind of, I feel like Tom's still a little bit hung up on this. Like, it's a little frustrating playing against Tom. Like, unfortunately, often the best way to beat Tom is for Tom to beat Tom when he's just kind of like on edge a little bit, has a bad game, gets in his head, that kind of thing. Yeah. But you as the opponent have no control about whether that happens or not. So it's just kind of like, come on, Tom, maybe slip up one time.
Oh, only went up to plus 12 here. Didn't fully max upgrade his Great Stars.
Yeah, still missing that Somber 6 or Smithing 5s. Again, I would expect to see Magnus soon. I guess he's just cleaning up these Knights calves real quick before he does that. I was also half expecting him to go grab the Whetstone Knife in order to apply some Wild Strikes to his weapon without having to go to Hugh, but I guess he still has some more upgrading to do, so he may kill these Knights calves, get the Wild Strikes, and then max upgrade, put Wild Strikes on, and go do something else. I don't know what at this point, but a lot of effort put into stones that are not being put to use. So even though he's taking a little detour for these Knights calves, I would like to see him kill that Magnus like ASAP so that all that early game time is not just kind of like sitting there stagnant and wasted while Gray meanwhile is going to be fully online.
Yeah, Gray is fully online, by the way. He did fully upgrade and now going to a consecrated snowfield, immediately rushing what seems to be
this rushing
Crusader.
All right, wow. I see you, Gray.
I kind of like this, actually, because that's big money. It's a corner square. It's a cave. I like this a lot. This is actually a really, really solid play, 100%. And also, isn't Misbegotten Crusader a weapon check, too?
Great sword check, yep.
Yeah,
definitely.
So this
he's already got a goaded weapon. So
yeah, he already has Great Stars. But, hey, if you get Aloe Blaster, I mean, Halford Steeple, I would consider. I don't think it's that crazy.
I do think he's also eyeing up light load for the fight, which does make it a lot easier. Misbegotten Crusader has a lot of hyper armor, a lot of kind of thrashy combos, and if you can like light load back, you can like get out of much more complicated to dodge combos. So I really like that he's eyeing that up.
Like the double slash. The double slash can definitely be problematic on the Misbegotten. That's an insane frame trap attack. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead, I guess, level here for Gray. Gonna go towards this Misbegotten Crusader. I do like this. This is normally Misbegotten Crusader is longer on the board because people are kind of dancing around a little bit because, I mean, as we mentioned, it is a dangerous fight. But if you can get it, it's, what is it? Is it like 90,000 or is it 100,000?
I think it's over 100. Yeah. Most things chunk of cash. Consecrated, yeah.
Especially for this early on into base game, it's a big chunk of cash.
Yeah, if you're also taking your time in this cave, by the way, there's a lot of just big runes sitting around. He probably won't grab it, but we're going to see a purple item on top of like that rock there. That's a big rune. Typically not super common for players to grab, but I think that's like a 25k or 30k or something rune.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Tom here currently working on his second Knight's Cav, already getting him dehorsed, if you will, going for that thrust attack, and bang, there it is. First square on the board, 15 minutes into the match. Knight's Calves being marked here by Tom.
Now if you're Gray, you got to be wondering, okay, how upgraded is Tom right now? I think you could very easily make the read that Tom is max upgrades. Tom going out of his way to grab a sacrificial axe. It does have Wild Strikes on it by default, but surely he wants to just like grab Wild Strikes himself. He's thinking it over. He's porting to Altus, eyeing up that Magnus.
I mean, Magnus at this point would be nice.
Oh, his screen grayed out a little.
Oh, he's going for Magnus. He's getting fingers first here. There Misbegotten Crusader here now for Gray, and immediately gets tagged by the spin attack here. Oh boy, this is what happens when you're in light load. This is what happens. Those attacks are going to deal a big chunk of damage here.
I mean, he's one shot either way, full armor or otherwise. So.
Yeah, I think once he has like the rotation down, the cycling down of constantly R1 staggering into into going for this riposte. I think he'll be fine. It's just that opener, right, of getting those punishes in first and then starting the cycle.
There's some good news, bad news here for Gray. Like, the good news is you get a lot of freeze greases in this cave, so you get, like, multiple cracks at this fight with the double status. Bad news is the stake is in kind of a shitty location, so, like, you do have to, like, do this drop down and avoid getting spit on by the jellyfish over and over and over again until you get it.
It is kind of a annoying stake. I agree. It definitely takes a lot more time than people realize for each attempt. Normally it's like, oh, there's a Stake of America here. I can just do these attempts, and then you realize that it's like kind of far away actually, and running there every single time does take a while. But here we go, Misbegotten Crusader one more time here for Gray. Let's bring him up on the big screen here. And here we go. Does he get the good opener? Oh, there's a camera block there. Oh, I didn't realize that was there. Oh, I should add that. Hold on. Oh, the roar attack.
Oh my god.
Goes for the slash here. Spin move. Oh, gets stomped in the face.
Yeah, he tried to bully through hyper armor. That's just not gonna work. You gotta be patient with this guy and respect the rules of his fight.
Hold on, Chad. I'm adding new cameras here so we can see the players' reactions while they're actually going for these plays.
He's crashing out a little already. Oh my god.
Although these
and that's the other thing is like when you're still like trying to mark that first square against someone like Tom and you're having an issue. Oh, and he gets spit on and dies.
Immediately gets spit on. I'm not gonna make
meanwhile
wide.
Tom just waiting for Magnus to get into the corner. Kind of does. All right,
move over to
like
Tom
got
real
it.
quick.
Got the loop. Oh, dodges the wild strikes. Nicely done.
Wow, very nice here from Tom. There it is.
Blood Grease putting in work while Gray was doing this Misbegotten fight. He did set up that Grace that you talked about and grab the Blood Grease as well.
Those camera sizes don't work, so we'll have to fix that later.
Oh, spit on again! Double spit, and he's dead.
Oh my days! And this is why this play seemed kind of ballsy, right? Because you can die in here very, very easily, and you can start losing a lot of time. Oh my god, he's going back to his Grace. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna do this later. Gray is leaving, does not decide to go for the Stake of America again, is like, you know what? This was maybe just a bad decision. I've already lost 2 squares. I'm regretting this. And honestly, kind of respectable. I think it makes a lot of sense. It is definitely annoying because it would have been a really strong starting play. But at this point now, you're definitely in a bit of a pickle here. And I think Tom's already looking at caves and duo trio bosses here. And now Gray following in pursuit.
I think we're gonna see Tom go for the tree scent duo first. It's a standalone square. I'm gonna glaze myself just a little bit here. Like all of the 3 squares that I marked are I think the 3 squares that Tom's going for first. So I'm in this guy's head. There's room for a jack in there. That massive noggin of his. I'm in there, dude.
Yeah, Tree Sentinel, I mean, would be a nice pickup. I do think that Tom, just the way he's running right now, might be doing the cave first before Tree Sentinel, or he's just taking this route because it's
maybe
less dangerous. I'm not sure. But obviously going up here does take a little bit longer because otherwise you have to curve in, whereas Gray's taking the more direct route here.
He may grab this Grace and look to engage the Tree Scent duo directly, rather than I think Gray is going to run all the way past and get this Grace because it's a nice Grace to have in case you die. Tom kind of staggers, stepping a little bit, waiting for the beams of light to miss him so he can sit at the Grace safely, because that will kill you if it's on you and you sit at the Grace. It does persist.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Yeah, it's very stupid.
There are some attacks that just linger, even if you kind of reset the world, if you will. There are some attacks that just stick around, including in some boss fights, like Fire Giant.
Tom gets poisoned. I don't think that was part of the plan. But yeah, it does have that Grace set up. Because he's poisoned, I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for the Grace.
Oh, wow. No. Yeah. Oh,
no, he's going to fight them. I mean, poison's poison. It's not that big a deal.
And they're pretty much...
Gets a funky lock off, actually. That sucks.
Okay, he's got to be very careful here. I think Tom is still at plus 12, by the way, and Gray is at plus 24, so the damage difference is really going to show on this fight here right now. Gray and Tom starting at the exact same time. Frost Grease, however, for Gray here, going to be very, very helpful. Tom getting a few more punches in first, gets his first stagger in, but they're both fighting different Tree Sentinels as well. Torch Tree Sentinel, which is an easier fight technically for Tom, does get side-swiped. Oy vey. And this poison is ticking here for Tom as well. He's got to be incredibly careful not to waste his flasks on damage taken, but just making up for that poison damage that he's taken right now. Oh my god, and Gray gets immediately shield slammed.
That attack is so brutal. Like, it's really important to like be patient on the tree scent with the shield when he's in second phase. Back off just a little bit so you're not hit by that downward hitbox. And Tom cleans up the torch tree sentinel. This is the harder one that he still has left, but
yeah, one bleed,
one
not one bleed proc, one hit, and actually he would be in big trouble. He does have one flask left, so he's got to be a little careful here. He does have a little bit of backup still, but once he loses that last flask, he's definitely in. Oh, that was a bit of an early roll. That kind of.
He also ripped his other bleed grease, so bleed proc coming in a little bit faster.
Okay, his poison is kind of putting him in almost one-shot range. There is the bleed proc. There is the stun. Goes for some more R1s. Gray now working again on that first tree sentinel. Double shield attack. Does a nice roll. Very nice.
Yeah, nice job going underneath him there.
Ooh, if that didn't stagger, that upward swing would have killed him. But there we go. Tree sentinel duo now for Tom. Very nice on the board. 3-0.
Huge clutch up from him. Very bold to like take that with the poison on as well.
Yeah. That's very tough.
Very tough for Gray, and he's very incentivized to finish this fight. He's just at the start of it, though, is the problem. He's still on the shield guy, but like with duo trio bosses and tree bosses on the board, actually he's gonna bail. That sucks. He gets nothing from killing that guy because you have to kill the whole fight for it to matter. Damn.
Wow, I think he's just gonna be rushing caves. I think he recognizes that caves is a big problem here. He's like, oh, Tom's going to go for that Omen Killer Miranda, and he's going to get Duo Trio. I don't want him to get everything on this column 3, so I'm going to go Rush Caves, and I'm going to do the easiest bosses possible. I'm going to do Soldier of Godric. I'm going to do Bofa Cave. I'm going to go ahead and do probably Demi-Human Chiefs instead. That way, at least I can snipe away caves pretty much. This is actually a really smart play for Gray.
It's also just a really dangerous column 4, to be honest. I think that going for Rick first is probably a pretty, like, decent mistake, because this is easily the worst cave to go for, because like both of the other caves that you would eye up are duos. So like I feel like, I mean, his damage is gonna be better than Tom's, but like he might still be walking into a snipe here. It's hard to say.
I don't know. I think for caves, it depends on what Tom does next. If Tom focuses on the duo trio bosses first over caves, I think Gray gets this. If Tom
hot dropping his Wild Strikes weapon mid-fight so that he can blow up this Miranda Blossom, but actually not using it. All right, maybe he's trying to go for a stagger and then he'll swap over.
I have no idea. There it is.
Cute gameplay.
That seems
here he goes.
like a waste of time.
He's fidgeting with it. Yep. One-handing now. Yeah, I don't know about this. I appreciate it, but sometimes a little too cute sometimes, you know.
There we go, one-shotting the Rick. All right, and now we're going for, that's our first cave right here for Gray. About to have our first cave here for Tom. There it is. Omen Killer Miranda is down. That's 2 duo trio bosses. Gets the Sacred Butchering Knife and immediately going for first step Grace here. So he's definitely going to be going for the Demi-Human Chiefs. We're going back to Misbegotten Crusader for Gray as a second cave. I don't know if I like this because... No, I don't like this. I don't. Because by the time he kills Misbegotten Crusader, because this takes a while to get through this cave here, Tom's going to get both these squares. I think this is actually a misplay from Gray now. I think Gray should just focus his caves.
I think like one of the ways that you actually get this cave square away from Tom is utilizing the fact that Tom is not going to want to do both a cave. Or maybe, actually no, Tom probably would do both a cave. Because like there's only 2 duo trios, like and that's all he needs. So then like the fastest final cave is Bofa. So actually, never mind. Yeah, I don't know how you get this line away from Tom. Like I guess Gray's got to start prepping imbued keys. Pretty scary. I guess he could full some tree bosses, but yeah.
By not doing caves, I mean not doing this cave. Like doing Bofa into Demi-Human Chiefs would have been just better. Oh my god, Gray almost
just
dying already.
Spit on relentlessly by these jellyfish.
Getting splooshed. We'll see how this goes. Great. Going into the fight. First Demi-Human Chief already down here for Tom. Only a couple of hits, and he has a third duo trio boss on the board. Bang. There it is. 4-0 right now for Tom here, as Gray is trying to go for possibly caves. Stranded Graveyard now here for Tom. Not going for Bofa, but going for Soldier of Godric instead, as we do have 4 god bosses on the board, top right.
God, he's just got to be way more careful than this, I feel, on Gray.
Okay, Gray going for the riposte here on Misbegotten Crusader. If this fight goes fast enough, he might still be able to save himself. and get this cave square. Very nice bleed proc, frost proc on Misbegotten Crusader. Almost dodged a little too early on that slide slash. Gets some nice micro staggers. There's another riposte here. This might be enough. Bang, Misbegotten Crusader. We're a little bit behind by a little, I mean a shit ton. Holy schmoly. Very nice here from Gray. Nice dodge from that explosion and rolls back in. Gets that R1 punish. Huge from Gray. And now we're rushing caves.
If I didn't already know that he had succeeded the fight, I was so clenched up thinking he was gonna die there because he just like attacked straight into the big, I don't even know what the Ash Boar is called, but like the Ash War on the Golden Order Greatsword. He's just like is attacking into it and then just like barely rolls it in time.
I think Gray actually still gets this. I think Gray actually still gets this. He's currently in Groveside Cave. It's way faster to get to Bofa here than it is to Soldier of Godric, but Soldier of Godric is a one-shot, whereas Bofa isn't. Oh
when did he
my
get
god.
this Grace, by the way? I completely missed when he got this. Oh god, I think Tom's got it. Tom's got it. In the future. Unless Gray's in the future.
No, I just reset him. Oh my god, it's literally like... Oh my god, it's literally like 3 seconds!
Oh, there's no way, dude.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Oh my days.
Yeah, there's the crash. Some words in Serbian were said that should not probably be mentioned on stream.
And this is why that Misbegotten Crusader play was just a little too greedy. It was smart, but man, it was also tough at the same time. Now this column 4 is a big problem. Imbued Sword Key rush, and they both know it. Tom already going straight towards Celia Town. Going to be grabbing that Imbued Sword Key. Liurna here for Gray, who has the better routing because they're both starting at the exact same time. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, I think at this point Tom's gonna have more juice because he's just, well, actually no, because Gray's killed bigger things now with the Crusader dead, so like Red Wolf kind of being an X factor probably depends on how clean the fight is rather than damage.
Yeah.
Also, Gray could pivot for tree bosses. He could look to start like setting up this top left diagonal as a counter threat or something, but like you have to find a way to both put out the fire and get your own game plan going at the same time. The really nice thing about Misbegotten Crusader in this scenario is that it does give him 2 options for blocks that then build threats on this column 4. So like the top left diagonal still open, the row 1 still open. So like there is a world where he's able to get a block that then transitions into a meaningful threat, but it's tough.
Holy schmoly, Batman.
Sacred Flask charge for Tom, going all the way up to this Legendary Talisman. So Tom might be abandoning the column 4 threat at this point, looking at closing out those counter lines that I was mentioning, either the top left diagonal or the row 1.
I could see this as well as like Tom and Blanks have talked about this, where they pretty much like allow the opponent to block their column. They're like, you know what, I'm going to leave this open. I'll kind of work on it, but I'm not going to fully commit to it. I'll grab things on the way. We're grabbing Radigan's Sorcerer here as another Legendary Talisman to kind of activate this diagonal, by the way. But like once it's been open for a while, whichever timer they have in their head, then they're like, okay, you know what, I'm going to actually grab this because you're taking too long.
Yeah, I feel like a trademark skill of a great bingo player is recognizing like when a threat has like done what it needs to do. And I think pushing Gray into imbued keys or tree bosses, both of which are not great squares on this board, I think column 4 has accomplished what it's meant to do. And now it's time to like go set up something else, whatever that might be. Like if Tom does get these legendary talismans, all of a sudden Gray's looking down a top right diagonal, in which case God Bosses and Remembrance, you know, if you happen to kill like Melania and get a good weapon, like her money will make any weapon wieldable, and then you just go kill Godric for another God Boss, all of a sudden that diagonal like lights up super quick. So that could be a very, very dangerous thing for Gray to consider while he's like wasting his time on keys.
I do like the tree boss square here more for Gray than Imbued Sword Keys because you do get that diagonal build up at least a little bit, and also the row 4, column 4 block, whereas Imbued Sword Keys, I mean, it does progress his row 1. So I guess, I mean, honestly, I guess there's benefits to both. There is benefits to both. We do
the problem is he has 0 tree bosses because he didn't get to finish the tree scent duo,
right.
So he like knows he's behind on that one from Tom. At least with keys, you can be pretty sure that they're starting from like the same spot. So like it's probably a safer bet. It also does get him towards another legendary talisman in the Radigan icon. that's up above Red Wolf. So like more blocks that he has available. Obviously, we see Tom rushing these, and by the way, another God Boss with this Godfrey.
This
so,
diagonal.
This top right diagonal could be lights out. This column 4 could be the false flag.
Yep. And I think Tom realizing that too, as he's currently putting the key into the Imp's head, going to be activating this Everjail and fighting Godefroy, while Gray is just absolutely frantically rushing through Liurnia here. Does get grab attacked.
Oh no. I'm very curious to see if Tom does Melania next. I feel, because like when he's feeling himself, I feel like he likes to go for Melania, and it is just like the fastest God Boss that like again, like you can kill Godric very, very quickly, of course, but like you may not be able to wield the weapon that he provides. But then like there's a lot of really terrible to wield weapons out there. Also, you're not going to kill Melania with a remembrance weapon, very likely. So if he is trying to send the line, I would kind of expect to see him go Melania first, but we shall see.
Yeah, I think Melania would be a good choice because it is a God Boss, but yeah, she gives you enough of those finances, right, for whatever remembrance weapon is supplied to you from Enya. We have some leveling here from Gray as he's getting ready for Red Wolf at this point. Still thinking that Imbued Sword Keys is the hot ticket in town, but as we can currently see, it's not. We're moving from the show of column 4 to the show of diagonal bottom left to top right, and bang, there it is. Legendary Talisman picked up here from Tom, 6-1, 5-square lead, and now we have a bunch of red on the board.
I do think that if Tom were potentially planning to full send this diagonal, for one, he really doesn't need to. He's in complete command of this game. But I think he probably would have held the Legendary Talismans until he sees the block on the column 4. Probably just like grab the Fort Feroth Grace, kill Godefroy as a hidden God Boss, and then like get set up for Melania while he waits for Gray to mark the keys. But now that he's marked Legendary Talismans, I guess this doesn't let Gray fully off the hook because of that aforementioned Radigan icon. It could mean that Tom went through Red Wolf and just grabbed that first before finishing the keys. So maybe in that way, it's a really like sneaky square for Tom to get that just like doesn't give Gray permission to pivot.
Oh my god, and Gray almost dying there. Jesus, throws the kukri straight at the dog's head. Jeez Louise, that's
some heads-up gaming.
That was a little intimidating. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I like that. That made me nervous.
That was fun.
That stressed me out because if he died there, I mean, honestly, it would have been a cool blow for blow though. Like if he died with the Red Wolf at the same time for throwing the kukri, that'd be pretty sick.
Would get sent back to the schoolhouse classroom, Grace, which would kind of suck. But
yeah.
I guess there's a ritual pot in Academy. It's like it's pretty bad. But he doesn't grab the Glintstone Wetblade as well. I'm a huge fan of grabbing Glintstone Wetblade if you go through Academy.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because Great Stars, Wild Strikes, you can have Cold and Bleed on your weapon. This could be really, really strong for the late game. But I don't even know if we're going to have a late game depending on how this board's currently playing. This is going very, very quickly here for Tom right now with the 3 Legendary Talismans. Going actually for what seems to be Blackblade Kindred. He's not doing either of the lines that he's currently showing.
Row 3 is another pretty compelling threat. Incants can get gobbled up pretty quick. Tom does have the money on hand to cash out on Incants with just a super quick trip to Corrin and a few books. So marking BBK, doing Incants, and then all of a sudden you've got like huge prio on Gargoyles plus BBK. So, you know, just threats that really demand answering all over the board for Tom.
Yeah. And it's also tough for Gray because, like, look at this time consumption for just Imbued Sword Keys. And, like, it feels like he's in a chokehold because, like, if you don't block it, more threats are going to happen regardless.
Yeah. I mean, Tom is not currently dealing with the row 1, so, like, there's still light in the game for Gray. This BBK does close out the column 1, which, like, isn't great, but I mean BBK and Sacred Flask +7 have a little bit of synergy with the seed nearby, so like Tom just kind of making sure that he's not going to got Iron U style by some weird prepped line that he didn't see coming. I would expect him to close out on the row 1 immediately after this. I think maybe he grabs the Incants if he's kind of feeling himself and wants to put the squeeze on Gray with the row 3, but I could also see him just leaving it. Incants does close out column 5, which is also currently unaddressed.
And I think, like, the thing here is for Tom, right? Or sorry, not for Tom, for Gray here, is that this row 1 actually, isn't that crazy? And Gray does have 1 God Boss. So the only priority right now for Tom is that he has 2 God Bosses. But again, we have that Melania as a possible backup here to make up for it. And we can immediately go for Godskin Apostle here, also in Altus. Very nice Blackblade Kindred fight here from Tom. Grabbing some punishes. Should get another stagger here very soon. Gets the twirl attack. Nice roll into it. Maybe get a headshot. Bang! There it is. Nice stagger. Should be getting the riposte here right afterwards. One more charged R2 should do it. And that should be BBK on the board here for Tom. Very nice jump R2.
Yep. Super clean. He's been opting for like the jump attacks on the head for like the extra like damage multiplier. It does take some good aim, but he's hitting them. All right. If he does do God bosses here, he is in full majority with a pretty unassailable square advantage. So it's kind of like up to him whether he thinks that God bosses is a safe square to do or whether he wants to do something else. Looks like he's eyeing up incants here. According to this Ruined Labyrinth, there's like a really clean route to just grab like incants. There's even a sorcery along the way. And yeah, just cash out with Corrin with all that money that he's got.
It could be the nerves. It could be just how those first two squares went. You know, trying to do a strong play as starting with Misbegotten Crusader. Like, all those things kind of add on to your mental, right? You're like, okay, you know, it's game day. I'm trying to play smart. I'm trying to play good. And then immediately your first play just not working out. And on top of that, all of a sudden, these red squares keep piling up. It's a lot of mental pressure to kind of, like, keep yourself in the game. And we're trying to see Gray do what he can do best with this Imbued Sword Key square. And see if maybe row 1 has an angle. But as of right now, it's just looking really, really like an uphill battle.
Tom not eyeing up the sorcery here from the little Blood Witch or whatever, but, you know, doesn't really need it. He'll have the block on the column 5 and continuance of his row 3. But yeah, like you were saying, I think, like, we have a saying in Bingo where it's pretty impossible to win a game in the first, like, 5, 10, 15 minutes or whatever, but it's very possible to lose a game in that time. And having just, like, a pretty big issue on Crusader against, like, a really strong opponent is pretty tough to come back from. So Tom just taking, you know, the board by a storm, like, doing everything he wants, absolutely uncontested. Just really, really clean Bingo from Tom.
Okay, so now we have that Imbued Sword Key pickup here from Gray. By the way, Tom eyeing the board constantly, maybe thinking of doing a God boss here, going back into Altus, and we do see
he's
actually
going for the
Gray,
Smithing Stone Bell Bearings.
Yeah, going for the Bell Bearings here, porting into Ruined Labyrinth. And I guess they're both going for it.
Gray's actually a little closer because he grabbed the Grace after Tree Scent. So Gray, if his run here is clean, he could have this. Of course, Tom's still one God boss ahead. Excuse me. But like we were saying, this, like, being able to transition your block into a counter threat is a big game. I think Tom probably feels pretty safe on this row 1, but like it's a little spooky. The thing is, it's like a bunch of stuff in different directions. Yeah. Tom could split his blocks, which is probably the most advisable thing to do. But if he just like kind of like Psycho sends one square after another and just happens to get sniped on all of them, then Gray could have a sneaky line here if he gets pretty lucky.
The God Boss square is interesting because you would have to invest a good amount of time, right? So even if Tom doesn't go for Melania, hypothetically here, his two other options are Godric and also Godskin Apostle, right? Which are not that slow. They're pretty quick boss fights.
He doesn't have like the best grace for Apostle because he did Magnus via Gelmir, so he doesn't. I don't think he has the teleporter grace like that kind of takes you like right near Windmill Village. That's kind of why we saw him do Vare for the fingers. It's like he never actually went to that merchant to buy the fingers. So a little bit further of a run for him than it otherwise could be. But yeah, if he is scared of the line, he would probably opt for an Apostle and Godric over attempting a Melania and potentially having a bit of a throw moment.
And this is how I personally see this, by the way, is that I think Tom is overcooking here a little bit. This diagonal is wide open, especially after seeing Imbued Sword Keys. You'd be like, okay, he hasn't been doing God bosses. I'll just do Godric. Let me do Melania. Let me get this Remembrance boss with Remembrance weapon only square. Get this diagonal. I feel like now going for a block on row 1. I don't know. I feel like having so much pressure on the board, but not really leaning into it.
Big moment from
enough.
Gray, by the way. Does he hit the skip?
Oh,
he doesn't. Gets the quit out in time though. Okay, he really needs this to go smoothly. Like, this is the big moment of time loss that he could have that could cost him the square. Tom notably did have to run out of that tunnel because he wants to hold on to all this money. So he couldn't mog out of the tunnel. So he did get a bit of time loss. Okay,
there we go.
Different setup and nails it. Nicely done.
Very nice jump there from Greytheerror. Nice backup strat. So instead of doing the back step, he did the running in position, punch in the air strat. Worked out very nicely, grabbing his, not grabbing, more or less like landing with his foot onto the ledge here, and now going for this fight. He does still have a weapon advantage, I believe, compared to Tom. I don't think Tom is beyond plus 12 yet, unless I missed that.
I think Tom is maxed, actually. I think Tom is plus 25, yeah.
Okay.
Because he did grab the Magnus Stone, and he had the 10 from Haligtree by grabbing the America Source Seal.
Now, Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, but actually taking the elevator here is slower than actually just running on the edges and dropping down. Is that true?
I have no idea, actually. That looked like a pretty fast elevator, though.
That is a pretty fast elevator. I agree.
Yeah, I think there are some, like, surely not that one. I think there are some elevators in the game, though, that it is faster to run around.
Tom grabbing the Grace here first. This could mean as well for Gray that he does get this square. I do wonder why Tom...
snipe, I think.
Yeah, Tom grabbing this maybe just because of Makar?
Yes, that does.
Oh,
that
Tom
does
not even
correct.
going for it. He's pivoting. He's pivoting for God Bosses. He's not fully completing it.
I actually love this call because, again, the main way that he loses this game is full sending into snipes on this row. So I really, really like the decision to pivot here. This pretty much ensures that there's no way, like, obviously there's not no way, because, like, if your opponent splits in the exact same way that you do and beats you, like, yeah, there's still a way, but it makes it so much less likely that, like, the split is like exactly the way that it needs to line up. This is why players split.
Tom going now for what seems to be Godskin Apostle after taking this teleporter here. Gray about to be grabbing Smithing Stone Bell Bearings 1 and 2. And I think at that point, though, this diagonal is starting to look like a big, big problem for Gray. He could still put this fire out. There is potential.
Yeah, I think if Tom does do Godric for a God Boss and gets, like, the slam dunk Remembrance weapon, super easy to wield, whatever that might be, I do think he will finish the line because, like, there's no evidence of Gray having killed a Remembrance boss.
And there is Smithing Stone Bell Bearings 1 and 2.
Still a little
and chat
bit in the
will always be a little bit behind with a Gray's footage because he is in Serbia, all right? So it takes a little bit, and that's just how it is. Internet. You know,
it's Elon's fault. He's using Starlink. Blame Elon.
Yeah, it's a little. So we're gonna have a little bit of a delay. Sadly, that's just how it is. That's what happens with international matches. But we're having Godskin Apostle here now for Tom. He's running towards their Swamp of Ionia here, actually for Gray, and I think he's maybe going for Radon as a possible boss kill into Remembrance boss weapon only. So he's looking at Radon here. I do like this because it gives you enough money just in case the weapon is a little too out of range, right? You get 110,000 over Godric's 20,000. Or actually, no, sorry, I guess 70 because you should use the Remembrance for the actual weapon swap, but still, just more money.
I have mixed feelings about this. In general, I kind of think that this is not the play-to-win play. I think it's a, like, on paper, like, pretty smart play as far as, like, keeping your options open and stuff. But I just don't think Gray has options in this game. I think he just, like, needs to high roll the row 1. And just, like, hope that that something happens to Tom or whatever, and that he's able to snag away the God Bosses and, like, beats him to Fire Giant or something. Like, I talked earlier about, like, when a line has done its job. I don't think that this row 1 can do a good enough job if it's not a bingo to get Gray a dub in this game. I think this has to be the line that he does. I feel like this Radon, like, yeah, it does prep him for the block on the row 3 with the Gargs. It does block out, like, a row 5. It does block out the top right diagonal, but, like, I don't know if Gray can come back into this game by blocking from this position.
Tom's got to be really careful here. He's taking a lot of tag attacks here from this Apostle. He does get the dodge here. Going to go for some R1s. Needs one more R1. There it is. Very nice execution at the very end there. It's being a little kind of greedy with some of those counter attacks, but does get the kill here on that Godskin Apostle. And immediately going for Stonehill Shack right after waiting for that Twin Blade to drop. And, yeah, we're looking at possibly Godric into...
God Bosses for sure, yeah.
Yeah, Godric into then doing Remembrance boss with Remembrance weapon only. That's
I was a little surprised by his decision to opt for the Claymore for the Godskin Apostle. Like, Godskins are typically, like, strike resistant, but, like, Noble is way more strike resistant, and they're definitely weak to bleed. So I feel like just sitting there with the Great Stars probably would have been faster, but maybe it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, but Lion's Claw. And Lion's
Claw
is
is cool. It is cool. Did he get Wild Strikes on his way in? I feel like he did not.
I don't think he did, no. Which is crazy. I think he thinks it's a rush on God bosses. But Greytheerror doing the more defensive play here. And I know that obviously going for that line would be better here for Grey. But I do think him going for Remembrance Boss with Remembrance Weapon, or Membi for short, just so I stop stuttering, would be pretty solid here as well, because it does get rid of that row 5. It does get rid of the diagonal. That row 3 is still a problem, but with Radahn here, which is why I like this play, he does get access to gargoyles, so that row 3 block is looking really good for him too. He's starting to kind of like get advantages on the board here that could really counter some of Tom's progression. So I don't know, I kind of do like this more defensive play here. I think it's going to be working out for him in the long run.
I still worry it's not going to be enough. There is more power here than it might look at a glance. Like Mimic Tier down below, it's an NPC boss. The Valiant Garg is obviously necessary for the Gargoyles square. Radahn's Great Rune is on the board. If he grabs a Grace in Dragon Barrow, it's his 5th ritual pot since he's already been Academy. So like there is stuff here. It's money for sorceries or incants if he takes one of those away from Tom. Having been Academy, like sorceries is an option. I still worry that like this 7-3 advantage is a big deal.
I hit the screen. Sorry, I gotta change it. I forgot that I had the weird camera frames on that screen. Nice stagger here, Radahn here for Grey. Gonna go for the riposte right afterwards. Hasn't even gone to phase 2 just yet. He might actually one cycle here. If he does get a bleed proc. Oh! 2 R1s, but it wasn't enough here. 2 R1s once Radahn lands. Should be enough, though, to close out this fight. He gets to that Grace as close as possible. Watches the nuclear meteor come in.
Kind of close.
Very
kind
nice.
of cool thing about when you have Frost, when you summon Okina in the fight, like his Rivers of Blood does fire damage to reset your Frost proc. So it's not as good with Grease, because Grease doesn't have as much buildup as an Infusion does. But like sometimes you can get those multiple Frost procs due to Okina resetting for you, which is kind of fun.
Grey now going to be grabbing this Grace, and Godric right now here for Tom. He's going to be blocking this row 1 with God bosses, or sorry, kill 4 bosses with God in their name on that top right square. And Grey now going to be going towards Round Table to check this Remembrance. He does have 91,000 runes as he used the Foul Foot after that fight. We'll see what kind of weapon options he has here. Hopefully something decent to try and give him some power on Godric.
After a bit of yapping from
watch it
both
be
of
like
these characters on
friggin'
stream.
Mesmer's like spear and what else could be like
Hand of
garbage?
Melania.
Yeah, some kind of baloney. There it is, Godric already dead here for Tom, and after speed.
It's Hand of Melania. Oh no, wait, that's
yeah, Cragblade, which is 20,000 runes, or Hand of Melania. That is
no,
very bad.
And
there it is.
If Tom gets a good one from Godric, I think we're cooked, because neither of those, like, you can get the Dex tier. Grey has not been 3rd church yet. What are we doing?
Oh, let's see the options.
He's
Tom
cracking
is
the
here.
Remembrance. He's like, fuck this shit. I'm never going to be able to wield that.
This diagonal is huge, but what do we have here for Tom? He does have 140,000 runes, so I feel like his options are pretty big.
Grace setting up Stormveil for the Remembrance, but again, he did just eat his Remembrance, so he would have to kill something else.
Oh, Axe of Godric.
Yeah, Axe of Godric, that works. That definitely works.
That should be more than enough for him. He has enough money to wield that, 100%. He does have enough money for that.
Yeah.
This might be looking like a GG's in the diagonal bingo here.
Yep. Surely he goes for it, because he needs to kill Radahn anyway, so, like, why not? We're going for it. Tom! Eat your damn veggies. It's time. Stop holding this man hostage.
I think he's looking for incants, maybe, I guess, just to, like...
He is.
Just at least to move him into Altus. Maybe not necessarily do incants, but just, like, do this while he's here, just to save time.
I don't know why he's buying them right now. He's probably doing this so that he can, like, then spend some money on the weapon or the weapon stats. I don't know why we're doing it in this order.
I don't know either. Oh, did he almost have 14 already, I guess?
He's missing the 2 from Altus. He's trying to do it without moving Corrin to Altus for some reason. He's about to go get the ailments church or whatever. I mean, there is a Sacred Flash Charge in here and an incant, so he would just need like 1 more from some random thing. Unless he's already got one from something that I'm not seeing.
Man, if Gray got God bosses, there's the incants.
All right, I guess he had one from something else.
If Gray got God bosses, man, him forcing Tom to do Fire Giant would have been such a nice time sink.
Or just go for it.
Or just go for it. But I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. If I were Gray in that position, I would have just forfeited the Fire Giant square, because it would give me enough time to at least get like anything else on the board here to stop all of this bleeding, rather than just hoping that I'm just faster on Fire Giant. You know what I mean? It's more of a guarantee of at least staying in the game. Oh my god, and Gray gets absolutely cross-attacked here by these soldiers.
How does that happen? His
too?
bigger bar is huge. I missed
Stormveil
it.
soldiers? What are these guys? What's the name? I don't even know.
Yeah, Banished Knights, I guess.
Oh,
Maybe?
yeah.
No. Are they?
Stormveil soldiers? Because Banished Knights are the ones with like the full armor,
Right.
right?
There are Banished Knights in Stormveil, but
Yeah,
not the little guys.
But
Yeah.
not
I don't know what they're
the
called.
guys with the axes. Yeah, I don't know what they're called either. Peons! Alright, here's Radon now, Axe of Godric. Damn.
I'm still trying to figure out where that final incant came from Tom. Like, what did he grab?
Oh, he went to Weeping for the
yeah, I did see that one, but
rat
that would have
one.
only been 13, I think. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. But the refs know. Yeah.
Beats me.
No sense getting hung up on it.
But yeah, it looks like this is going to be possibly a diagonal bingo. GG's. And I don't want to hear it anymore from anyone in chat saying there aren't enough bingos this season. We've had quite a few bingos so far, all right?
Yeah, it's been dangerous threats lately. Like, this is a bingo season to be sure. This is not
110%.
Not majority slop.
And even then, there are some majority games that were absolute cinema as well.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
like, either way, these are some fantastic matches. Definitely a tough start here for Gray, though.
Yeah. I mean, the DLC is gonna look way different than this. I guarantee it. But yeah, tough game to have to shake off in the break.
Yep.
Pretty dominant victory here from Tom. There was a little bit of moment of fear on the row one, but Tom having gotten the extra god boss from the legendary talismans meant that it was pretty
that
unlikely that he
Gold
was
pickup
gonna...
was huge. That
Yeah.
was big for him for sure. Because if they were tied on god bosses, I think Gray would have challenged. Because Gray
Yeah,
saw
he
legendary
probably made the
talismans, he
read.
was like, okay, he already has advantage. I'm not challenging that. That's definitely tough.
I wonder what Remembrance Gray plans to kill with Godric's weapon. 'Cause he's just here like, I need some other weapon. I can't do it with this Garbo from Radon.
That Frost Bleed proc riposte combo was... oh my god, he misses.
Wait, is he gonna skip phase 2?
Yeah, he just did.
Damn.
Nice.
The dragon
Dude,
skipped
isn't
his
that
head.
kind of just crazy that because he went for Radon first and the Remembrance just was not fortunate?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's randomizer.
That's Bingus, yeah. That's why having this as like the last square is so devastating. You need to plan around that.
Yeah.
And players know that. Like, there's been so many times where like, oh, I need to hold on to my money because I know that I might have bad options. You know, I need to hold on to this boss because I know I might have bad options.
Yeah, like how we saw Tom run out of the tunnel just to preserve that 90k, because he's like, there's a lot of ways to spend money to get squares on this board. Like, this Remembrance square could be a dub for me. Incants, like, also is a huge threat on the row 3. I don't want to be, like, sending my money away.
Almost a one cycle here from Tom, by the way, on this Godric's great axe.
Especially with a Remembrance weapon, that's crazy. Because this thing is, like, it's okay. Like, its primary service is to be wieldable, but, like, damn.
And there it is. Bang! GG's to Tom here, taking this diagonal, bottom left to top right. Taking game 1 base game from Gray here. Holy shit.
Very impressive performance from Tom.
Very nice game here from Tom. Yeah, dude. Both of them going for max upgrades, and then immediately that Misbegotten Crusader, man, I really do wonder how this match would have gone if he got that first try, because I feel like that would have been a bit of a whirlwind if he got that first try. That's so unfortunate.
I don't think he like runs away with the game or anything, but he definitely gets caves, which means column 4 is not a problem, and then the game just looks totally different. So,
dude, that cave snipe being like literally 2 seconds is also insane.
Yeah. You got to appreciate the balls though, going for Crusader first square main stage against
100%.
like, Tom. Like what a dude, not afraid. Maybe should have been a bit afraid, but not afraid.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a smidge. Maybe a smidge.
Maybe a little bit.
All right, let's go ahead. We'll be right back, chat. All right, sit back, relax, get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks. Chat, if you want to get a ticket to the live finals in September 19th, all right, there's only 50 tickets left. 50.
What?
That's all we got. All right, so go ahead and get yourself a ticket. We'll be right back. Okay, Jesus Christ. I just turned into freaking Looney Tunes character there. We'll be right back.
You never know.
Okay, I do like this, by the way. We have some big bosses here. We have Rolana. We got Mesmer. We got Matir. Jory, Promise Consort, Radon. We got some big names. You Putrescent Knight. There's some big boss fights on this board compared to some of the other games here. So I'm expecting a lot of setup. I'm expecting Skidoo 10. We're going to maybe see Gaius, or at least a lot of running around. And we also have Remembrance Boss Hitless. We do have Golden Braid, so...
This is an undeniable back section board. We will see both of these guys go here.
Yeah.
One square that I see that I want to talk about, because it came up on, when was that, Wednesday, when Parky and Aggie played?
Thursday.
Two unique upgrade max materials or whatever.
Yeah.
This square, I feel like, is currently very understood. This is not a map square. This is not like a map synergy routing square. This square is like an anagram for Drain the Water. It's the same thing. Like you go to back section, you get to church districts, you do a thing, and then there's like the little deviation where you go up the suppressing pillar to get the 25 stone. This square is Drain the Water. So when people like look at what this square means for your board and your map position, like this is the power of this square. Just read it as Drain the Water and you will not be confused about what this is. Because I think like Parky was headed off to a forge or something after pivoting at church district, and that's just not the square that this is. So like really, like this is Drain the Water. Just do it the same way that you would Drain the Water, and it'll play really well. It's a wonderful, powerful square.
I think
that these players should treat as such.
Yeah, I think the switch up is when it's 3. Then now you're like, okay, like how do I want to go about that? Because then I feel like if it's 3 and there's forges on the board, then the forge play makes sense because it's going to take longer anyways. So then going for still church district, going for that grave ghost glovewort, but then going for a forge that maybe has some synergy, either clearing a forge or going for a spirit ash, getting that 2-for-1 deal there then is nice, and then grabbing like a ghost flame dragon for a Somber 10 or Lance EX, is definitely like a nice switch up. But yeah, if it's 2, it's going to be the default church district pillar move and nothing else. And it looks like that we are starting with the Great Shield talisman here for Tom, and the same thing here for Gray actually. And Gray starting with the Knight Raider's Glaive. I don't know which weapon Tom started with here, but both players are kind of ready to start here in the next 15 seconds. Read the board, center square Furnace Golems. How do we feel about that, by the way, Jack?
No me gusta.
Yeah.
Two is a lot more than 1 when Furnace Golems are concerned. The Gravesite Plane Furnace Golem is pretty chill to kill, but like every other Furnace Golem has like 50% more hit points or something ridiculous. It just takes so long to kill once you have to do more than just the Gravesite Plane one. So I have no idea when we'll be seeing this square marked. It's gonna take some time. These players are gonna want to get juiced. One thing I did want to remark about the Knight Rider's Glaive, like, I love this weapon. This is a super cool weapon. I do not believe that it's viable in the DLC because this thing needs an Ash of War, and Savage Lion's Claw does not go on halberds, unfortunately. That's kind of the only really viable Ash of War in the DLC. Maybe in future seasons we'll get some mix-up somehow. Maybe Domo. But
Possibly.
For now, just Savage Lion's Claw kind of makes halberds not really usable, at least the infusible ones. But man, this thing, when you get like a Giant's Hunt or Impaling Thrust on it, damn, this thing cooks.
Or an Ice Spear.
Yes, Ice Spear, huge.
Ice Spear is pretty good. But Blade of Mercy pickup here from Gray, by the way, going to be, sees all the boss fights that are on the board, is like, you know what, I want Blade of Mercy. I want to take care of all of those staggers and riposts and make sure I get that extra bonus damage with that Blade of Mercy talisman pickup. I think I like this a lot, especially because I don't think there's anything super rush on this board besides maybe the cookbooks. So getting set up this early on, I think is really nice. We don't have Golden Braid on a corner square. We do have unique max upgrades and blessings. You could rush blessings if you really want to. I knew Tom kind of likes to rush blessings here because you do get the church in the beginning with the Skidoo fragments, but I don't know. I don't mind the setup.
I would say that these two squares, blessings and upgrade materials, are probably like the best, like some of the best rush squares in the format. So like, I personally am not a big fan of the Blade of Mercy right here, especially like with the halberd. It's gonna have a hard time like staggering things quickly if that is indeed the weapon that he chooses to go with. So putting himself behind on Blessings America and upgrade materials, it's probably like, when you're against somebody who's as notoriously fast at rush squares as Tom, you may be like, well, I'm not going to win the one of these that I want anyway. Let me grab a little piece of value along my way and like maybe split these two rush squares. Hopefully I get one and have Blade of Mercy out of the deal. So that could be his calculation there.
Yeah. No, I definitely could see that as well. I think what I would like to see, just looking at the rest of this board here, is, I mean, obviously this is a big wish, but it's a wish nonetheless. Promise Concert Radon race on that row 5. That would be something that I would love to see. We've already had quite a few cool races throughout this whole season, but man, oh man, that'd be a fun one to see for sure. Rushing near limb from both players, going for that square would be nice, because there isn't anything else really that's promoting near a limb like that, right? We do have two unique bird warriors and unique horned warriors in the same column, which is very much near Romina, right? There's a lot of those near Romina. We also have Kill Mesmer, so they already get like a motion, if you will, towards that, burn the ceiling tree near a limb area, but there is actually nothing in near a limb besides Promise Concert Radon. We have no Gravebird armor. We have no Letta and her companions. So it'd just be a full 5-minute run after, getting Romina in that case. We see Gray here, by the way, picking up blessings, though.
Yeah. This is a very common strategy to grab this one blessing on your way, and then, like, especially if you don't think you're going to win the rush, like, pivot back to the other one, like, at some nice time. Like, I could see him grabbing Morth Ruins and then pivoting back for this. Once the timer for, like, a blessings rush has elapsed for Tom, and he hasn't marked it, then Gray knows that he can probably port back and get it safely.
Right.
So look for, like, that 4-minute mark, 4:05 or something for, like, kind of a pretty fast blessings rush to elapse, and then warp back to Gravesite Plane and finish off the other blessing. I will say, back to the consort thing just a little bit, I think my favorite consort games are when both Romina and Mesmer are on the board and they're both individually powerful, because they're kind of in different directions. It usually means that one player gets one player gets the other, and then they both have some progress towards Enter a Limb, and that means that consort is like much more of a live contention. With just Mesmer and Ancient Rao not being super strong, like there is incantations, there is Ten Skidoo, there is the Dancing Lions. Sometimes, like, we do see the Deathblight Lion chosen voluntarily for that. There's 2 Bird Warriors. There are 3 Horned Warriors. Like, if you squint hard, there's stuff in Rao, but it's not like a very obvious, like, Ancient Rao, Romina type game. So, like, maybe we see it, maybe we don't, but, like, a lot of times, if just Mesmer's good, or like just Ancient Rao is good or something, like one player is going to be ahead on it and just sit on it for the rest of the game, and then like we don't really actually see it in contention.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I do, however, also just like... Sorry, I completely spaced on what I was going to say, so never mind. Backside here, though, for Tom, we're going to be running here through the Furnace Golem legs. For Furnace Golems, we do obviously go for the Graveside Plane Furnace Golem, but what's the second one that players normally go for here? Because that one's a bit more of a toughie pick, right?
Yeah, it depends if they get the pots or not. Like, some people like doing the pots, a lot of players don't. I think like the one in the Mesmer camp in front of Hippo is a little underdone. Like, it kills everything around you, so you don't have to worry about like random like dudes coming in and messing up your day.
Right.
And then like the other one kind of being like Elak, potentially, if that area of the map is good. Potentially the ones down by Frenzy, which I could maybe see somebody eyeing up, because there's catacombs on the board, so like maybe the one down in the watering hole, but not super obvious choices. The one in Ancient Rao is probably the best on the map, I guess, but like that one is tanky. I'm not super excited about doing that one.
And okay, I remember my point that I was going to say, by the way, which is the fact that I think like it's so cool, again, when you watch Bingo for quite a while, when Dancing Lion was first introduced, everyone being like, well, obviously it's Bellerod. Obviously it's always going to be Bellerod, because Bellerod is the most comfiest one out there. Well, who would do Death by Dancing Lion? It's a nightmare. And now we've gotten to a point where people have at least done the fight enough and have executed on the square enough to where they're like, you know what? Death by Dancing Lion is an option. I don't have to go to Bellerod. If I can avoid Bellerod, actually, even better. right? Because then I can just focus on Ancient Row, grab my incantations, grab my Skidoo, and I have a dancing line right there. I don't have to go through a whole building and invest another 3 or 4 minutes of parkouring through an area just to do a boss fight that's a little bit easier if I can invest that actually into a quicker boss fight.
Yeah, it's much faster to get to the Ancient Row one. It like, especially we see like less and less people even like going to the 3-path cross to even get their Savage Lion's Claw. We see a lot of unattuned weapon gamers this events, so like it's just really far to run. Like if you don't even have 3-path, and even if you do, it's pretty far. But there is some stuff in Bellerot this game. Like there's Iris, hypothetically invaders, although the Queeline in Bellerot doesn't tend to count for invaders anyway because of the unique clause on that word or on that square. But yeah, I would imagine we see a Bellerot here, particularly with Iris on a diagonal, so maybe no Deathblight Lion.
We do see Tom here, however, going to be going for those max upgrades, going towards that pillar. I think it's called the Pillar of Despair.
Suppression Pillar.
Depression Pillar.
Suppressing Pillar. There it is.
Ah. Sounds the same.
Yeah.
And we're going to be grabbing, so now Grey going to be sniped here a little bit on the square. Obviously losing a little bit of time, but as long as it doesn't pour it out, honestly, he can just run backwards or just go back to the Grace. But this is going to be a square here for Tom first. Going to be grabbing that unique max upgrade. Holy schmoly. And Grey is going to see that in just a second here, and then probably port to Graveside Plain.
This is really bad for Grey, I think. I think he should have gone back and got that blessing sooner because he allowed Tom to trigger this race, and Tom already has the other blessing by the looks of it. Like, you can mark upgrade materials a bit faster than what Tom did, so he, like, definitely grabbed some extra stuff. I didn't see exactly what it was along the way, but, like, this is the Blade of Mercy difference. I'm just saying, like, because Grey took, like, that extra greedy bit, he's about to get double sniped here. So off to another tough start. Ooh.
For Grey. In this row 5, I mean, looking at it, all you have left is Invaders and Horned Warriors, and there's Promise Consort Radon. So pushing your opponent like this early on into that line is already a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
I gotta say, I'm just really surprised that he didn't pivot at Morth Ruins to go get the other blessing. I was really thinking he was gonna do that. That's gonna bite him a bit here. Excuse me.
Oh, you good? And yeah, here is the blessing pickup, and bang, another square here for Tom. 2-0 currently on the board, and Grey here is going to see that in just a second. We just have obviously a little bit of a delay, sadly.
Oh, it was really close. He went all the way to the blessing, and then you could see his face. Jeez, that was a really close snipe, actually. That's unfortunate.
That is incredibly unfortunate here for Grey. It's happening yet again. PTSD is triggered for Grey here, as we're currently reliving base game. 2 squares down, 2-0, but Grey has a lot of game to play.
It's true. I feel for him though. Like the pressure of these moments when like the game like already starts to feel like it's slipping away. Like it's really tough to tighten up your gameplay from here. Keep it out of your head and just like play your best bingo. It's tough. It's tough. I hope he's got it in him.
Holy schmoly.
I also did see him check the Great Axe check in Bonnie, and it was Gargoyle Black Axe. So Tom also did, it looks like, as well. So no real exciting weapons for these guys. I still missed what Tom started with. I did see him have the Gargoyle Black Axe, but I don't know if that's what he's opting to use, because I believe there's a pretty big faith requirement on that. Maybe he's just like, that's fine. It allows me to get the buffs and stuff. Oh, go all the way to 25.
He is going to use it for now, from the looks of it. Is going to use it for now. Backside here for Grey right now. Going to be grabbing these 50k runes and then probably go up first. Not going to drain the water. Maybe grab the Skidoo fragment. Oh, this Fire Knight tags him out of the air here. If he takes at least one more hit, he might actually just die. Okay, it does get past here. Probably those fireballs are hitting the wall. Gets to the elevator. All right.
I've not seen it very often where you get knocked on your ass by that guy. That was kind of scary.
that doesn't happen that often. Most of the time they just go for casting fire, but at that point, I just gave him a crazy move. And talk about crazy. You know this crazy thing, Chad, is called Twitch Prime. You can go ahead and use your Primer to subscribe to the channel here and watch Bingo ad-free for a whole month. For a whole month, man. That's crazy because we're going to be here for the next 5 weeks still doing some bingos.
That's value. That's some damn good value right there.
Insane value. 3 days out of the week, you get to watch free, ad-free Bingus. That's insane. User Primer would appreciate it, man. And check out all the players, please, on bingobrawlers.com. You can check out the schedule. You can check out the bracket. You can check out the players. Click on their faces. You can check out the co-commentators. Everybody's face is clickable and takes you to their Twitch page. You can support, follow them as well. That'd be very much appreciated. And we're seeing a bunch of Shadowkeep right now from these players. What do you think they're going to be focusing on now with those 2 squares being gone?
Golden Braid is a pretty obvious one. Takes you back section, hitless, skidoo, that Gaia's Pants, all of that is back gate. So Golden Braid being kind of like a flag square to plant, like I'm here, go away, I'm doing this. Whoever gets there first does get that advantage. There's also some like incants. In the past we've seen like incantations kind of equate to Ancient Row, because there's just a lot of incantations laying around on the ground. But like in back section Shadowkeep, there's a lot as well. We saw Gray just now pick up the like Flame Serpent check for some heal or whatever that he just grabbed. That's an incant. There's one up in the rafters. There's one on the way to Golden Braids. That's 3, so that's half of them right there. And then you get the easy 2 out of Morth Ruins. You just need to like grab 1 more somehow. So oftentimes, the incantation square can be a flex square between back section and Row or front section. So we'll see if that comes into play. But both of these players looking to progress lofts, probably to progress back gates, I would imagine.
Yep, that's exactly what it's looking like. Because Gray, however, not grabbing the incant here on the giant wheel. Immediately, I think, opting for Golden Braid first, and then maybe coming back for that incantation. Tom right now grabbing that same incantation check here. So they both are kind of tied currently when it comes to incantations. But yeah, I think once Golden Braid and maybe incantations are off the board, I feel like we're going to see a lot of deviation on what they would like to go for next. I do think Floor Sacks to Sleep is going to be one of the big squares coming up next year, because that is a top right corner square, and it shows that you've got that south side access. That, like you say with the Golden Braid, right, where it's like, hey, I planted the flag, I'm here first, back off. That's the same with Floor Sacks to Sleep, I feel like, when it comes to south side, being like, hey, I'm south side right now. I have access to PHS at night. I've got access to some of these other things here. So how about you back off here too? But Southside, not having that much.
It's pretty weak. It's pretty weak on this board. Like I'm a known Southside hater as opposed to Shadowkeep, but I feel like on this board is pretty justified. Like the Floor Sacks to Sleep is kind of the only good square in the south. Trolls is okay because it does prep PK, but past that, there's like literally nothing up Jagged Peak. Gray is probably quite happy to see that, to be honest, but like a late meter, like sort of NPC dropped weapons with ADM. Other than that, it's just a pretty barren south board. It's just all about Shadowkeep, really.
Yeah, Shadowkeep, Ancient Row seems to be very important here for sure. We also have Iris of Grace on the board, so I'm expecting that to be tackled at some point. And it works really well with NPC invaders on that row 5.
I will use this as an opportunity to be like, okay, what we saw yesterday from Iron U, like, this is now the kind of thing that has to live in Tom's head, because, like, boards are like very commonly playing out like this in the DLC, where like one player starts off with an advantage, marks a couple squares or whatever, and we're 15 minutes in and Gray's about to mark his first square. Like, yeah, Golden Braid tells a lot of info about where he's been, but it doesn't tell the full story, because you can get this around like 11 or 12 minutes if you psycho send it, so there's still some unaccounted for time. And then Tom's just got to be like thinking this whole game about like, is there a shadow line being prepped? Like, as soon as your opponent kind of starts to fall behind, I feel, you just have to be super aware of that in the DLC right now, because there's so little information being given. A lot of the squares are really slow and splittable. Like, you can just like prep a bunch of stuff and then bang, like shoot out a line somewhere, and it's like just catches you by surprise. So I feel like if you're Tom, you've got to be very vigilant here. I think like there's some parts in the DLC where you get to like a hot spot on the map, like here with this Gaia's Hitless play, and it's really good. But like while that's happening, your opponent could just like see a line somewhere else, completely ignore this play, and just like, you know, you're feeling yourself, you're doing your fight, like it feels great, you're marking squares, getting synergy, but all like somewhere else, you know, trouble's brewing.
Yep. I do like this hitless play, though, from Tom here, because we also have Commander Geist's Pants in that row 2. So this is kind of like a 2-for-1 deal almost going for this square, especially after seeing Golden Braid for Tom. He's like, okay, cool. I have a head start on this guy's fight now. If I just play this you know, straightforward. I should be able to get 2 squares here first before Gray does. Gray currently upgrading as well, checking the round table shop. I looked at the shop while this fight was starting, and the shop doesn't really have anything super great. There is the Horned Warrior's Greatsword. That's probably the best option that I saw in the shop. Everything else is pretty bad, including, obviously, Vari's Bouquet. Not the greatest thing to see here. Very nice fight so far here from Tom. Gets another stagger. Going to go for their riposte. Blade of Mercy would have been nice by now. Has already 2 staggers, but definitely making a quick fight happen here with this Gaius. Going to go for this jumping R2. Very nice. Should be getting another stagger here very soon. Very nice rolls, though, from Tom so far. Another stagger. There it is. And Gray now also at Gaius, but not realizing that he's about to get sniped yet again. Not sniped necessarily, but about to lose some time here. Going to go for this fight just a little too late as Tom is already here. Unless Tom gets hit, but not looking like it.
Yeah, it will get him access to 10 Skidoo for later, but this Hitless and Gaius Pants combo is going to definitely go to Tom.
Very nice square there from Tom. Gray, so annoyed by that snipe that he's graying out on his camera. Gets hit immediately and has to quit out anyways.
Yeah, he's not happy. I think that was not a happy thumbs up. But I mean, as far as like we kind of talked about how Gargoyle Black Axe kind of a whatever weapon, but as far as a fight to do with that weapon, Gaius is a pretty nice one. You get that free holy damage, standard, fine, whatever, not that big a deal. Like,
and now I feel like for Gray this is tough because after seeing Commander Gaius or a hitless boss, you know it's most likely Commander Gaius because Mesmer hasn't been marked, Rolana hasn't been marked because they're on the board too. So you know it's like 99% chance it's Gaius. And with that, the problem is there's Commander Gaius' Pants, now also 10 Skidoo, right? So like there's already like you're realizing all these different pressures that are happening just because you didn't go Gaius first. That's a big problem here. For Gray is already a 4-to-1 board with Tom running away on a 3-square lead. He's going straight for Rolana here to try and get something on the board for himself.
I think if we're Gray while we're running around, I think it's look for a line time. Like it's already, the situation's already pretty dire. Like what can we do? Like ideally you want to recognize when the game is going in this direction as soon as possible, because the sooner that you recognize it, the sooner you can start that shadow prep, the sooner you can think about what you like, which line you want and like how to go about doing it. The longer that the game plays out before you start taking that action, the more just like random lines start to get cleaned up and disappear. Because like basically every square in the early game is going to be blocking out new lines, taking away possibilities for you. So like in order to keep your options as open as possible, starting this process like as early as you can when you realize that, hey, this game might be in a tough spot. And I realize that like we're only 20 minutes here talking about like desperate actions and stuff. But like this is a really powerful tool that players have access to in the DLC when playing from behind. So I want to talk about it because I feel like this is going to be a defining feature of this DLC format going forward.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is definitely going to be very tough here for Gray to try and put out this fire. Rolana starting here for him right now. And we might see a Mesmer action here from Tom, grabbing already the Dark Chamber entrance, Grace here with the Skidoo fragment. So a lot of big fights. Oh, never mind. He's pivoting first maybe for some talismans before he does this, which makes sense. Really nice dodges
By the way,
Gray.
this damage on Gray is atrocious. It's yellow, but like, ay.
And there is the Blade of Mercy proc, and now it's going to be even better yellow. Honestly, it's not that bad.
It's a little better, I guess.
It's not that bad. It could be slower for a 20-minute. Oh, what the hell! For a 20-minute Rolana, it could be worse. It could be genuinely worse. Nice stagger yet again here. Goes for the insta riposte. Sadly, I think we want to go for an extra R1 or 2 there, but guess to kind of set up maybe the phase 2 transition with some nice R1s. Get some nice light attacks, some heavy attacks in there. There it is. The fire tornado has to run out of there to not get tagged by it. Oh, Jesus Christ, the frames. Okay, yeah, Gray's computer just can't handle all these projectiles. Jesus Christ.
This is a cyberpunk fire attack. Like,
I swear to God, if we come to a promised concert Radon race, I think Gray's screen would just be permanently frozen because there's so many projectiles in that attack or in that fight.
Yeah, we'll get to see the fight in Tetris mode.
It's actually insane. And we have the Mesmer fight here now from Tom as well. So both of them doing some big fights here. Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength already being used here from Tom. Decent damage here on Mesmer. And he does have those Skidoo fragments from Gaius, right? This is what I've been talking about with other DLC fights, where like once you get a head start on money / Skidoo fragments, it just starts to kind of tumble in your direction, right? And making up that difference is really, really hard if you're the opposing player. Gray here currently still in this Rolana fight here, almost died, has the balls attacking, nice jumping attacks right now. Might get a stagger here very soon. The R1s are still doing pretty decent. Gets the blue attack, can punish here if he really wants to. Get some nice punishes in there, some light attacks. Go for a charge R2. Nice stagger here from Gray. This should be it. Riposte. And there it is. Bang on the board. There it is. 2-4 or 4-2 here for Tom. Tom currently still in the Mesmer fight. Does take a hit. Trying to read the board while he's in the middle of an attack.
Yeah,
Gets
and the damage is
riposte
going to
as
look
well.
even better in second phase when that 40% holy resistance goes away. Mesmer rips out that blessing of America from his eye or whatever the hell, and like all of a sudden, here we go. What's it going to look like?
Oh, the double tick too. The double tick on that was great.
Huge
Gray grabbing some talismans to maybe get ready for another fight here. But Mesmer about to be marked already by Tom. Should get a stagger here very soon. Nice charged R2. Some nice dodges. This has a very weird lingering hitbox. That third snake attack bite. So always have to be really, really careful, especially if you're going for hitless. Nice dodges here, though, from Tom. You can apparently jump attack that, which is still kind of weird to me. Some attacks, man, they look like they're going to absolutely pulverize you. We can just... There it is. Nice jump attack there from Tom. Gets the riposte on Mesmer. One charged R2 should do it. Gray making his way possibly to Mesmer himself. But it's going to be too late. It's going to be marked here in just a second. And... Bang! 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 There it is.
Where
5-2.
is Gray?
Sheesh.
Where is Gray when this happens? Because like he may want to get Mesmer's Grace for a future consort.
Yeah. At least grab it for the Skidoo
waste
fragment
some
too.
time. Still hasn't seen it, I think. He's so far in the future, dude. Oh, was that it? I can't tell. I have no idea when he
No
does have kind of a
reaction.
sour look on his face. Oh, wait,
Oh, there
was
it is.
that
There it is. Yep.
Damn, that's like 20 seconds.
He's just behind. He's just behind. His stuff is freaking out. His stuff is freaking out. Serbia. Let me update
all
his
right,
camera,
options for Gray. We have column 1, column 2, row 1, and row 3. Is there anything that feels good in here? I mean, honestly, it's probably gotta be row 1, because like that's large. Like you can do a lot of that in the south. Like maybe if Gray had started moving towards that like a little earlier, perhaps like grab 2 kindred cookbooks, killed ADM, got his potion ready to go, has graces for the trolls. Like all of a sudden, row 1 could kind of like that. That to me looks like the line this game, because like if you're like really intoxicated by all this Shadowkeep value, like basically nothing in that row 1 is Shadowkeep. So like I feel like that's probably the line that if we were looking for something to shadow prep this game, while Tom's just like feeling himself in Shadowkeep, like that's something that you could catch your opponent unawares with. I'm pretty sure that's the line. We'll see.
I
if
think
he eyes it up
Tom,
at all.
is drunk on this ancient row here, because you get Skidoo fragments for Skidoo 10. You do get incantations. You also get Divine Bird and Horned Warriors here on column 1. There's a lot on this ancient row area that's going to benefit him. So yeah, I agree actually. This row 1 might be his only ticket out, and I think maybe Gray even realizes that as he's currently in the Ancient Dragonman cave here, going towards Ancient Dragonman to unlock that south side for Mausoleums, for Trolls, for Putrescent Knight, and Florisax to Sleep. Those are 4 squares that are south. So this could be really huge for him if he goes for Kindred Cookbooks first and then busts out that line, right?
One of the X factors for getting away with something like this is if there's kind of like some squares that just like happen to get marked in the course of things. Like 3 Kindred Cookbooks is not a great square compared to 2. 2 is a very rushable square. 3 can hang out for a while, but it won't hang out forever. So you do need to mark it at some point. And in order to like help not sound warning bells in your opponent's head when that square is marked, it's really nice if you can disguise it as a block, because oftentimes when a player like sees a square get marked, they compartmentalize like what it means. So if Tom is like, oh, okay, he marked 3 Kindred Cookbooks because his column 4 is kind of spooky, like it's unlikely, but you could do like an Iris after the meta play or whatever. So like column 4, kind of dangerous. If he marks Kindred Cookbooks and Tom reads that as, oh, he's blocking row 4 and not like this is the first step to shadow prepping the row 1, then that could buy Gray some time before Tom figures it out. But yeah, getting down here is definitely first step of the plan, but we should probably clean up those cookbooks before terribly long.
I have a little bit of lag here on this Ancient Dragonman fight. So far, so good, though, from what I can see. I can't see much. There it is, halfway, though, on this Ancient Dragonman. Should be getting a healing here from Ancient Dragonman in just a moment. These R1s are doing actually some insane work right now. This weapon already kind of chunking some of these NPC fights. And this would be an NPC dropped weapon as well, by the way, so that's kind of nice. So once we go for Kindred Cookbooks, I think Mausoleums would be next because it also gives you that NPC dropped weapons square, and that kind of fake Tom out thinking that column 1 might be the pressure when in reality it's row 1.
Yeah, you could definitely do like NPC drop weapons first as a bit of a false flag, and then like go for the trolls to put some pressure on column 1. The problem is I think Tom's gonna clean up the bird warriors in particular first, just because like one of them is near one of the incants. He's got the Grace by Devonia to do the skip for the others. So like the column 1 gets solved a little too quickly to be like a good deception. But it could still hide some of some of that information and just get like more squares on the board. Like the more squares he does get, like the more options are available to him as the game plays out.
Yeah.
But yeah, still keeping an eye on this this row 1. Also, if he kills Loger here, which he's eyeing up, this is a fist check. This could bail him out of like still this kind of mediocre weapon situation. This could be Starfist. This could be Iron Balls. We'll see.
It could be Hook Claws.
Could it?
No. No, it could not.
Yeah.
Could be Pata.
It could be Pata. Not
Pata's pretty
the
good.
most exciting, but not the worst for sure.
Impaling Thrust, sure. I'll take it. I'll take it any day of the week.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid.
I'm a big fan of those like one-handed fist charged R2s that just do an unreasonable amount of poise damage. I do love
they're
that
just like the punching, the rocky weapons.
We are lost looking for our.
This is where I genuinely just spam lock on and just hope that it like tags Loger. There we go.
Like I do tend to like recommend that people don't drink their physic before they've actually found Loger in case they need to like quit out to reset his position because then you like lose your physic for the fight. But he does find him, so that's good.
Yeah, Tom just focusing incantations right now. Grabs a 4th incantation, I believe, and then gonna go for that pest threads in the backside here. I think maybe this is his 6th one. I'm not too sure. Or he has to go back for Salsa. But looks like we're going to have a nice heal cancel on this Loger here. Very nice from Gray. What do we get for a weapon? Matting Hand. Yeah. Honestly.
He does have faith. He does have faith.
Not the worst.
It could work. Yeah, it could work.
Not the worst.
I don't know how it does. Like, okay, so it's a madness weapon. And, like, NPCs, like, are the only thing that you can do with madness. But it's also a fist. So, like... I don't know.
It's got like, fire damage on it. Fire damage is not bad. Yeah, it's a fist weapon. It's got really... I mean, it's also... Keep in mind, it has the same moveset as Starfist. So the charged R2s are still going to be really, really valuable for poise for our boss fights, right? I think it's still worth considering just for the moveset. And I mean, I don't know. I think maybe for Mausoleums, maybe not Solitary Jail Knight, but maybe Dancer, Matting Hand could be pretty good.
I feel like a short-range weapon like Dancer's just gonna backstep you all day, but we'll see.
No, well, if you do the Ash of War, if you do the Ash of War, it works. It's gonna.
Is she not gonna backstep that?
Well, it's a bit of a charge up. So while she rushes you, you press it, and then she's gonna run back in by the time you're done with your animation.
Okay.
But here it is. Almost all the incants are done here for Tom right now. He is fully rushing incants, which is kind of surprising. I guess he just wants to have that corner square. But Solitary Jail Knight here now for Gray. This is gonna give him 1 Mausoleum. This is gonna give him a dropped weapon on top of that, and it's kind of hinting towards maybe this row 1. I really want him to go for cookbooks. Like the cookbooks still being open kind of stresses me out a little bit here.
Yeah, one thing that I'd also like to mention that is a concern is I have seen Gray lock himself out of Kindred Cookbooks plenty of times by doing the Florisax quest line and telling Moore to die because Promise Consort's on the board. So we do actually have to keep Moore alive if he doesn't do the Kindred Cookbooks first. So a little bit of tension on this line.
Okay, there is Solitary Jail Knight down. Gets the NPC dropped weapons. Very, very nice.
What is our great sword? Someday.
Yep. Oh, Elfin Steeple.
Holy shit!
That's a big one. But we already put so much levels into intelligence. Is it really worth it at that point? That's a big weapon switch up, though. That's really, really solid. I like that.
Yeah, he does have a lot of faith, but like it does translate to the buffs. So like if he does get to meet his intelligence quota, then he gets the buffs and he gets Elfins. So could be good.
Could be decent. Could be decent. And now we're in Southside here.
Oh, now Tom's going for the cookbooks. All right. Oh wait.
No, he's going for the NK. Oh, maybe he's grabbing the cookbook right afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, does he finish it? I feel like he will. I think this could be an early end.
This is bad. Does Gray not realize cookbooks? Does he not see?
I feel like when you see incants, you're like, oh, right. There's one on the way to a cookbook. Uh-oh.
It could be that, but also maybe Tom sees... No, he's going back to Morth Ruins. He's going for it. Damn it. I was about to say,
no more
column
one. Column 1 could still exist, but Gray...
No, he is! Wow. He's responding to column 1! Wow, he's pivoting! Tom was like, dude, I really don't want to lose it.
If Gray pivots right now for Kindred Cookbooks, we're still in this. Does he make the read? He could also, in his mind, be like, okay, Cookbooks is screwed because Tom just got the incant. I can't win it. And then goes for the column 1, which Tom then blocks, and then Gray loses time. But if he's like all in on the row 1...
This could be huge for Gray. Gray's going back to Graveside Plains. If he goes Bellerot here, that would be huge. Not Bellerot, the actual, like, just main gate cross. Because that gets him more, and that gets him a cookbook near there. And I think he is going for it. Okay. I think Gray's pivoting.
He didn't go to 3-path after killing Jail Knight.
Yeah, he didn't.
That hurts a little bit.
It does, but he's still... I think he has technically board advantage right now for cookbooks, because there is one here that Tom would probably have to go for as well.
I feel like the fastest ones would have been the back section one, and wait, Gray is getting invaded by a cat. has to take a little pause to relocate the creature from the keyboard.
Tom here. Oh, Tom's going for the skip for the Divine Bird. Interesting. Okay.
A little bit slower than doing the tree skip by the Devonia Grace, but definitely easier to do it this way.
I've actually never done this, so I want to see this. Very intrigued by this jump.
I've also never done it. Where's he go? Broken pillars.
Okay. Yeah, we just jump down.
Little drop down. Slide down.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah, very easy to do.
That is very
easy. Slower, but yeah, super easy. I think you could probably take like 2 cracks at the tree skip though in that time. So if you like screwed it up the first time, you get a second shot before the opponent would get there. So.
Oh, nice strafe, my lord!
Really,
bang!
really
what a nice block on that column 1. 7-3 right now, 4-square lead for Tom. And yeah, that column 1 has already been diffused. But
now we're going for the cookbooks.
Did that give Gray enough time to go for cookbooks? Gray.
Oh, he's touching the Grace. Oh no.
Oh boy.
I think we're in trouble. I mean, he does want to do this because of Florisax, but I feel like him skipping 3-path after Jail Knight is kind of nail in the coffin. He's not even going for it.
He's going for Florisax to sleep.
First? Brother, Tom is nowhere near Florisax.
Oh, this is tough. This is a bad call.
Yeah, this is a whiff. That's too bad. All right, so this is going to put away the last bingo threat from Tom. Big call from Tom that it's time to start closing out lines and to stop jorking around in Shadowkeep. But yeah, I think Gray could have secured this Kindred Cookbook square.
100%. He could have had this whole row 1 almost, to be honest, if he just get cookbooks
Wait,
first.
Tom's not doing it. Oh wait, no. Tom's going.
He's going in reverse.
Yeah, he skipped the Emir Grace actually. He'll probably grab the Emir Grace while
Which
he's
is
over here.
crazy because Matir is on the board, but I guess he was like, I'll just do it later because he thought that maybe max upgrades was a rush. Which makes sense. Unfortunate, man. Actually unfortunate.
Is he gonna lock himself out? He doesn't lock himself out, and now he has to deal with more in the consort fight, and he's about to lose Kindred Cookbooks. I
don't like that at all.
Rough.
Why does he think that Florisax is more important than cookbooks? I don't understand that.
Yeah, nothing on this board says Nothing on this board says
There
south
it is.
from
That is just devastation here for Gray. Gets blocked on that row 1, and that is pretty much majority now for Tom. Tom has blocked every single row, column, diagonal. Tom can go for whatever the hell he wants now, and there's only, 14 squares left on the board. This is tough. This is tough.
Yeah.
Gray is in a very bad position right now. He can still bring it back, but my lord, right now it's looking incredibly bad for him.
Yeah, it's so sad. The row 1 killed in the cradle. I was really kind of feeling that one as like a huge opportunity for Gray. I was very excited to see how that might play out, but yeah, not getting the Kindred cookbooks, just letting Tom contest without going south at all. So like, Gray does have this south, but like Tom not even having to go here and just continuing to eat up Shadowkeep value is like really, really tough for him.
There's Florisax asleep. It does block row 1 now. It does also block the diagonal. At least we got that for Gray, right? But at this point now, how do you respond to the rest of the board for Gray? He does make Florisax pass out. He has advantage south side, but that doesn't mean much anymore. It really doesn't.
Yeah, not, as we mentioned at the start, kind of not a lot of squares down here. So, I mean, Tom probably comes down here for Metter at some point, but like, it's just not a lot of value sitting there for Gray. It's certainly not enough to make up the square count.
Ooh,
like,
I do
literally,
think,
it's not.
Is Gray challenging Skidoo fragments? It's not going to work out, though. Tom is now focusing Skidoo fragments already. He already killed Gaius.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the row 3 alive here. In order to do that, getting the 10 Skidoo would be a nice start. He does have progress south. He does have progress back section for Matir. And he's a little bit closer to Bellerot for the Lion. But I think this 10 Skidoo is going to be pretty hard to convert for him.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Tom already having Ancient Row, he already grabbed a bunch of those Skidoo fragments. He's definitely ahead by a lot more than just Gaius. Really nice fight so far, though, here from Gray.
It's just a nice textbook playing from ahead from Tom. Like, generate your threats, close out the lines to make sure there's no, like, come from behind memes. Just getting the sooner you address these lines that could be future problems, the better squares you get to pick in those lines. So doing it nice and early is what was that HP, dude? Holy shit.
Jesus, that was almost a 1 HP situation there for Gray. Does get to heal up here, however, for that phase transition. Heals back up to full for that Ritual Sword Talisman activation. Gets some nice light attacks into charged R2s. Might get another stagger here very soon. Just has to make sure that he doesn't get smacked out of his own hits. Nice R1. Oh my god, almost ran out of stamina there. Nice roll into a stagger. There it is. Blade of Mercy going to proc in just a moment. But do we also see Tom already going to go for this last Skidoo fragment potentially for that Skidoo 10 at 3-path cross?
The other thing that's really nice for Tom is because this, like, 10 Skidoo isn't a 5-alarm fire, he gets to do it at his leisure. And rather than going for kind of inefficient, like, for map progress fragments, like just for speed, he gets to go for the really efficient ones that just get him graces throughout the map. So now he's gonna have all this presence to be able to do whatever squares he wants as this game starts to move towards the late game. So he's gonna have access to Dancing Lion, Iris, Invaders. He could like synergize the Invaders with the 2 Skidoo in Queline's Church. He's getting access to more Horned Warriors to finish that square. Just still ignoring the south like the plague. I don't blame him. It's pretty bad. He's in a commanding position, doesn't really need to go there at all, because now that he sees Florisax to sleep, he knows that the south is where he's going to get sniped if such a thing does occur.
And there it is.
There we go. Full majority from Tom.
Oy vey. Oy vey. And now Tom going into Bellerot here, thinking like, hey, I can go for Iris of Grace now. I can go for Dancing Light. I can go for where the hell I want. The board is my oyster. I mean, Gray, I feel like cannot be surprised. After seeing Divine Bird Warriors, after seeing, incantations, you have to, and also seeing Hitless and Commander Geist's Pants, you have to know that you do not have an advantage on Skidoo fragments. At all.
Yeah, it is kind of like your only way to stay in the game, though, is to like beat Tom to the 10 Skidoo to keep a line open for yourself. Like, it's so hard to play bingo without pressure, because like when you're playing without any pressure on your opponent just like always gets to pick whatever square they want to do. which is just like, if I mean, as long as they're any good, they get to like pick good squares that progress their game plan, and it's just really hard to fight that, especially like the better and better players that you play against. Like they're just really good at that kind of thing. So not having any points of pressure left on the board, like Gray has no control over what Tom chooses to do, and Gray's just got to kind of pick up the pieces and figure out a way to get some snipes. But like it's pretty straightforward for the most part from Tom to just like get like last 4 squares, do things that Gray can't really do or doesn't have time to do, because Gray still has to put out all these fires and stuff. So just go for things that are unlikely to be contested, or that he's just like really far ahead on, close out his lead. That's some damage, all right.
That was a lot of damage, almost a 2-shot on that unique horned warrior here. And he's going to go
Skip.
for vase skip here. Oh, back hops off.
Whoa.
Tries again. Is that enough? Oh my god, he gets a first try!
He does. Does he get the next part? This next
Wow.
part's also a little slippery. Oh, just doesn't even go for it at all. Sewer key? What the hell are we doing with that?
For the other horned warrior.
Oh, I mean, he is an ancient Rao. Why would
He does have Ancient Rao. I guess maybe just because it's weaker? I don't know.
Oh, getting Spyra guy.
There it is. There it is. He gets up there. Very nice. And Gray working on invaders right now. Going to be doing more as an invader.
This is
Cookbook's
kind of a
off,
nice
off the
choice.
board.
Pretty synergistic with a bunch of stuff left on the board. Iris gets him some more Skidoo and stuff. He'll want to go into Bellerotte pretty soon as well.
Yeah, this is tough. This is so tough. Tom quitting out here just to make sure that he doesn't get tagged by the bird while fighting the horned warrior. Meanwhile, more here for Gray. Gray currently 5 squares up behind, trying to grab unique NPC invaders to block out this row 5 and top left to bottom right diagonal. There's a second horned warrior down now for Tom. Going to making his way towards that Dancing Lion Grace to the top of Bellerotte, and then maybe going back for that third horned warrior into Dancing Lion. Could be a nice, strong double square here for Tom. There it is. More dies for Gray. Grabs the armor set and the shield. Ports immediately to, I believe, Ancient Dragon Man Invader.
I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see Tom just like do Ancient Dragon Man here, or sorry, Ancient Dragon Man, Dancing Lion here to save himself a port. It's just like a one-off quick kill square, and then you can like show that you've been Bellerotte, establish some prio on Iris of Grace, and like I guess kind of invaders. Also definitely the Horned Warriors, but we'll see if he goes in or if he pivots away. He's going in. Oof.
This is tough. There it is. Unique Invaders. God damn, we're behind. What the fuck? He just spawned in. Okay, well that was also a very quick kill, to be fair.
That's yeah.
That was a very fast kill, to be fair. But let's go ahead and refresh him here real quick. Hopefully it holds up a little bit. Currently now
the buffs
going...
do make this weapon look a lot better than it otherwise does, so...
Yeah. Yeah, Golden Valve, Flame Grammy Strength do put in a lot of work for sure. What are we going for here? Is he looking for Jory, potentially? I think he is.
Yeah, I guess. Another Mausoleum? Yeah.
Nice fight here from
Furnace
Tom.
Golem?
Phase 2
There's stuff
just
down here.
now on Dancing Lion? Holy shit, there's only a third left. That's a big stagger then. Maybe gets
I was
going to
say his damage actually doesn't look as good as maybe it should for 10 Skidoo. Like, this is kind of the 2 Skidoo boss or whatever, like first DLC Remembrance. Pretty low health.
Another
But
stagger
his,
there.
FTS
Bang.
wore out.
One more R1 or tap R2. There it is. And Tom takes the Dancing Lion down. That's another square for Tom. 10-5 right now. Holds on to that 5-square lead and has 1, 2, 3, 4 bingo lines that are currently still available to him. And that's just something.
Yeah.
That is just something. Gray here making his way downstairs, maybe thinking that Jory is a good solution here. And I don't mind this. I don't mind the Jory. It gets rid of that column too. But my lord, does it
2
still make everything
catacombs.
else difficult.
Yeah, two catacombs, Furnace Golem, Jory himself, Mausoleums. It's what he can do, you know. He's running out of like available power plays on the board.
And here we
Yeah,
go.
Tom just gets
Last
to clean up
Horned
his
Warrior
almost
for
fast
Tom.
enough.
Big charge dart 2. Stagger. There it is. 3 Horned Warriors now for Tom. 11-5. Holds on to that lead, increasing it by 1 even.
Loots the items like a gentleman. Was rewarded with cool armor.
These are just tough back-to-back matches here for Gray versus Tom. Yeah, I think Gray might be full committing to Jory here. Can't blame him for that.
Yep. He's
Oh,
gotta
wow.
establish
Tom
some
never
prio
grabbed
somehow.
Oh Mother?
Whoops.
That's why he didn't go for Golden Braid.
Oh yeah, I mean he was sending the upgrade materials, so
Interesting,
It's not super
yeah.
surprising. He also skipped like the Grace by Emir as well. We saw him backtrack for that
Right,
earlier.
right. Yeah, he really wanted that square. All right, now we go for some more levels here. Gray going to be setting up what seems to be Jory. Going for that Darklight Catacomb. And it looks like we're going for Furnace Golems here, actually, for Tom. The first Furnace Golem in the Graveside Plains. And then maybe going for a second one right afterwards. Could be his possible 12th square on the board. Tom's going for full majority at this point.
Yeah, I mean any bingo line at this point that he has would be also majority, so no, bingo doesn't really do anything for him at this point. Chunking away at the Furnace Golem. I think they're pretty holy resistant. I can't remember.
Are they resistant to holy? I'm assuming fire obviously would make them like the most sense, but big stagger. There it is.
Yeah, I know they're like weakest to lightning because they've got like some metal components and stuff.
All right. Yeah, this is going to be the first golem here for Tom. Gets another stagger. Is that his third stagger? It is, and there it crumbles to the floor. He's got a good amount of time here before he has to actually take the repose. Trying to go for some headshot damage. Try to maximize it as much as possible. I don't know how long it actually stays in the ground. I want to say like 30 seconds. Or something
Yeah,
like that.
basically when it like kind of is slamming down to the ground, I always look at the board clock and then I like do the 30 seconds like time shift, and then once the time hits like that time on the clock, then I take the riposte.
Oh my god,
that
it was
he
actually a
doesn't
one
accidentally
cycle. Wow, that's crazy. Grabs one first golem, but immediately going to the first floor Grace here. Is he maybe looking at Jory now?
Yeah, that's like
There is two catacombs.
It is still one of the hot spots left, as we were talking about earlier for Gray. But yeah, this is, I mean, it's going to be a nice night for Gray. But at 12, Tom just splitting some progress, got lots of options open to him. Is still also like way ahead on Consort, worst case scenario. Again, Gray would have to deal with more in the fight. So pretty tough for him.
Very, very tough. But getting at least Jory here will block out that column 2 and also give him some progression towards Catacombs. Going through here, very nice skip, by the way, from Gray when it comes to that Darklight Catacomb skip. He's going to do one more. No, actually, he's already at the big imp. So never mind. Just going to go ahead and run through here. Hopefully he gets a first try Jory. That'd be very useful for him. And that would kind of put Tom into like a weird position, because if you look at the rest of the board here, Tom has advantage on Promise Concert Radon, and Furnace Golems. So after Jory gets taken here, I wonder what Tom's going to focus on. Maybe Iris of Grace, maybe Batir. That's tough.
Yeah, he can kind of eat his cake however he wishes at this point. Just get to see what he wants to do. Looks like he'll be killing this Furnace Golem on the way down to Jory. Kind of nice routing. Like, this Furnace Golem is in the middle of Grace's, so having the other Furnace Golem dead, gets to kill this thing, grab the next Grace by Jory. Could pivot out if he wants to secure something else, keep his options open, but...
Oh, he's also grabbing the Furnace Golem here on the way to Jory. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this one I think is like the same amount of tankiness as the one that's in the Mesmer camp in front of Hippo, so it's like, you know, you think Jory, you think like later game or whatever, but I don't think this one's actually that highly scaled.
Yeah,
to, like,
already a
Ancient
stagger.
Row.
Not bad. And we have Jory right now for Gray as well. Golden Arcs
Yep.
coming out first. Immediately side strafes. Gets the Spyro right afterwards. Very good RNG here for Gray. You want that Spyro attack for the first backstab and see if he gets those loops. He does have Blade of Mercy. That'll be very useful versus Jory because that's all you pretty much do is you backstab. Going for another backstab here. Waiting for the possible teleport that Jory does. And once you cancel that out, no teleport just yet. But once you cancel it out, you have 2 attacks that Jory does that is not the teleport. So now we cancel out that teleport here. So now he can go ahead and do charged R2s. He can go ahead and do a bunch of stronger attacks to try and stagger. After 2 or 3 attacks, he does go for the teleport. That is 3 attacks here from Jory.
Next time whiff. Uh-oh. Okay. Jory
Okay.
chooses not to teleport away. Very, very fortunate for him.
Very,
Took it off
very
the rails
fortunate.
really quickly.
And now there is the teleport. Gets the cancel. Very huge here for Grace. And I can go ahead and do those attacks yet again without being punished for a teleport happening here. If he gets a stagger, he might be able to just end it here. One more charged R2 should do it, but he's trying to go for a backstab instead. Second Furnace
No
goal
one
almost
single
down
for
here for
Tom.
Tom. There's the
Got pretty close,
backstab here
though.
from Gray. Very nice Jory kill here from Gray. Gets that mark. Bang on the board. 11-6. There is 2 Furnace Golems here now for Tom. 12-6. So now Tom can kind of make a decision. What does he want to do? For him right now, honestly, Mausoleums. He's got access to Rakshasa. He doesn't
Yeah,
want
he
to
is
do
going to stop
Mordon.
and grab this Grace. The Catacomb. Like, Gray is very likely to sit on Mausoleums and Catacombs, I think, because he marked NPC drop weapons. He's shown that he's down by Rakshasa. He's shown that he's down by Dancer with Flores Axe. I would not be at all surprised to see Tom, like, make the read that Gray is going to go elsewhere and do something else and, like, try and steal away that progress. But the other thing is, like, if I'm Gray, I wouldn't be super surprised if that second Furnace Golem was the Golem down here. So Gray may make the read that Tom is coming and choose to close out on that stuff defensively. And if Tom, does walk into that snipe, then the game inches closer. But we got a long way to go to claw back. Was that 7 squares for the victory for Gray?
Yeah. It's going to be very tough. I mean, there is still a chance. There is definitely still a chance. But I think definitely Tom grabbing this here for possibly Mausoleums. We do see Mausoleums here for Gray as well. Going to go for Rakshasa. And we're seeing Waypoint here actually from Tom. Tom going to go for Ancient Dragon Man. Try to get that south access instead.
Yeah, in practice games, we tend to, like, show some mercy at a 12-6 advantage and just be like, I'm just going to pick a relatively fast final square to do to let my opponent out of this game, and then we can talk about the game and move on. But with an official match, you probably just want to, like, do the safest possible squares.
You want to be as elusive as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Tom go, like, all the way PK or something here. We see him going down the Elak River. Just something that Gray's, like, never going to do at this moment. And he's, like, not even choosing to open up ADM to get, like, better access to meta or whatever. He's like, I don't care. Let's just, like, take the highway down to the Cerulean coast via this Elak River. Just full send this PK. Maybe even, like, probably kills the troll along the way.
Mausoleums. I don't know. He gets access to all of it pretty much. He doesn't need Ancient Dragon Man.
Yeah, it doesn't need the faster access to meta or anything like that. He just needs one single square. So while Gray has to do something synergistic. Ooh, okay, we're chilling.
Nice.
While Gray has to do something synergistic, Tom can choose to do something speedy and just kind of, in a way that Gray cannot possibly contest.
There it is. Rakshasa here, though, for Gray. Waiting for the Rakshasa armor on top of that. Uchigatana does drop here. That's 1 Mausoleum here now for Gray. Also 1 Catacomb.
Yep.
And now he just has to make the right calls.
Okay,
and that is
we're going south.
sniping Tom.
Oh, we're going Caro? More Mausoleums. Okay, he's going for a Dancer here.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, it does get him access as well to the troll. Like, I don't know. I think this is definitely like a good path here from Gray. You might as well utilize having this Grace here. Going straight for Karo's Hidden Grave into skipping down to Cerulean Coast. Get access to Dancer. That would be his 3rd Mausoleum, actually, because it does. He already killed Solitary Jail Knight. So this would be his 3rd. And he could do Troll. He could do. Oh, God. If he. This is like perfect talk, right? If he does the Sleeping Troll, grabs the Grace in the fissure, does Dancer, goes, I think, PK first into Trolls, because I do think Tom would do PK over Trolls once mausoleums are marked. I don't think Tom would do Trolls.
Perhaps.
I
don't
just
think
don't
Gray
see
has
it.
enough time to do Rakshasa, though. Like, Tom's already here. This is the speed of the Elak River, like, on display right
Dancer?
now. Like, yeah, well, yeah, the thing is, I don't think Gray can finish Dancer before Tom gets, like, down here and can get ahead of him on PK.
Yeah.
And that, so... if Tom does choose PK as his final square, I don't see Gray contesting. And also, this weapon is going to be very nice on PK.
Yeah, it is a holy weapon. Oh, Tom. Okay, we're back. Good. Let me reset him real quick.
The other win condition for Gray is Tom losing all internet, losing all power, and I don't know, maybe having a stroke or something. Like that could also work. Don't want to send any bad vibes, but
it sounds like bad vibes. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, I
also
didn't
have kind of a weird screen right now.
Yeah, I just realized I did not do the studio mode split screen OBS like I normally do. That was my bad. That was just Tom's gameplay that we pull. Yeah, we're going for Dancer here first for Gray, which, I mean, makes sense. That's his third mausoleum. But yeah, it looks like that we're just rushing what seems to be PK. And as soon as Dancer is marked, Tom will know that PK is free real estate. And he just rushed for that first.
He is grabbing this Grace for potential meta for later. Completely fine.
Damn.
Doesn't need to go as fast as he possibly can. Just like having options. Tom is typically not a very all-in player, so very expected of him.
Yeah, this is looking like another 2 points for Tom potentially here.
Yeah, very strong showing today. Like basically no cracks in the armor. Like that, the only time that I ever saw him look off his game was when he missed his Somber Stone in Aeonia in the first game and was beating himself up about it for a little bit. But like beyond that, it's just been like
he's locked
perfection.
in.
Yeah,
he's gonna go for the Sleeping Troll here first, I believe, and then going straight after the Sleeping Troll into the Fissure, like what I expect from Gray, to be honest, as well. Just in case he needs it. Maybe he full commits to Trolls first and just holds on to this Grace that he has on the hill. Especially after he sees Mausoleums here. He'll be like, oh, I'm ahead on Trolls.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I do think either way he's getting a Grace in the Fissure. I don't think he pivots out immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, he's already on the way. Dancer not
Gray's
dead
having a
just
really
yet.
nice Dancer fight, by the way. This is not an easy fight without Savage Lion's Claw to kind of like
There it
make up
is.
that big distance. But yeah, really clean.
Third Mausoleum on the board, and now what does Gray do? Oh. There it is. I just didn't get the sound for some reason. But this tells Tom, okay, cool. Let me go PK. I'm already here. And this is
I'm
tough.
curious if he pivots for the Trolls or if he does go PK. Does he have a Grace near Balls or no? Probably not.
No, they both did Graveyard Skip, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But they both have 3-path cross, so.
You can like jump through Ensis backwards after killing the headless ghost balls to regular fleshy balls. And it's like doesn't waste a whole lot of time. Just like jump down on Torrent, do the old skip that we used to do for Mikola crosses, and then just keep going down, and he's just like right there.
Yeah. Now let's say Tom dies the PK. Is that enough time for Gray? Probably not. Tom is like 2 attempts ahead, I think, of Gray. Unless he's like really late to the fight and then he dies. I don't know.
There's always the Fissure Gauntlet with the worms.
Yep. Oh, but Gray's going to be going for this Troll here first as well.
Yeah.
He's not going to go immediately for PK, which is the smarter play. Like, you need to do this.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to have to come back for this guy. Especially because you need every single square on the board, so...
Yep.
Can't leave things hanging out.
Really nice damage. Almost has it. Oh, gets stomped here. There it is. Very nice Troll kill here from Gray. Oh!
Pivoting?
What?
There's no
Okay.
shot. He also didn't grab the cerulean cross grates or anything. He's got to run all the way back for PK. All right.
That, yeah, I guess he's just really thinking like these early
Take
rush
away
squares.
It's hard to leave the fast squares just like hanging out there, especially splittable ones like trolls, because like it's very common for your opponent to split in the late game.
Yeah.
So like leaving just like a easy, fast, splittable square out there is kind of a non-starter, but it's just like.
I mean, I think at least grabbing the Ravine Grace and then porting would have just been a little bit nicer. I don't know.
Bit of dismounting troubles for this headless troll here. True to his name, teleporting constantly, not being repostable or statusable. Love this guy. I wonder if he's like weaker to holy because he's a ghost.
I don't know. It's very decent damage though, for sure. There we go. That's the second troll already down for Gray. He's going to go do the skip downwards now for that balls kill. And that's going to be an 8th square here for Gray. But Tom just absolutely booking it through the fissure. Almost at PK already.
Yeah.
Might be
and when he
claiming his 13th
sees
square.
mausoleums, then trolls get marked, he's like, I've got all day. And he can just be like super cautious in the fight, play it super safe, no memes. And he'll be just fine. Still has the long-tail cat talisman on. We'll probably look to swap that out. Blasted in the ass by these dumbass firebomb skeletons. I feel like like more than I hate the entire Fisher run, but like more than all of that, I feel like those like stupid ass goofy like Bone Zone skeletons over there just like drive me up the wall. They like don't animate like anything in Elden Ring. They're like whoop a doop a doop a doop a doop and then like huck explosives at you for no reason. Like what are these things? Tom is skipping the grace, brother. I mean, if he does happen to die, there's meme potential here.
There is some meme potential here. Skipping the grace here is definitely very ballsy. Speaking of balls, there he goes and dies. There it is. 3 trolls now marked on the board for Gray. This tells Tom, okay, I got time.
This is cute as well. It gives him a grace for the other catacomb. Doing this little run here.
If PK doesn't
or
go
he's just
Tom's
running
way.
for it. He's just setting it up entirely.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Maybe he's thinking that like the trolls and the mausoleums sets enough prio on PK that Tom's not going to go for it. I could totally see that being his line of thinking. I also think like stealing away prio is also a typically safe way to end a game. Like when you have so many squares to close out on, it's so unlikely that you go back and do catacombs. So like maybe Gray's trying to mind game that aspect. But yeah, big damage here.
Look at that holy damage. First charge dart 2 here does 3,092 damage. And bang, there it is. Another one, 7,200 damage just for another charge dart 2. Almost a quarter of the way down this boss just from 2 heavy attacks. And we should get a stagger here very soon as well. Already at half health for PK. This holy damage is absolutely chunking him. And we're about to have a face transition. There it is, stuck on the wall, going for the riposte. This might be GG's before we even see phase 2. Charged R2 onto the pony's head, and bang! Oh, 1 HP left. And there it is. GG's. Wow. Wow.
No grace needed.
There is PK. GG's to Tom here, taking 2 more points away on week 3 of Bingo Brawlers Round Robin for Season 6. Holy schmoly, Batman. Crazy work, dude.
Powerful performance.
Yeah.
Hard to argue with this guy's pedigree here, like just showing why everyone respects his bingo game so much. Just like, man, how do you play against someone like that when they're on their A game?
That was a lot. That was a lot for sure. That was just going all over the place. Base game tough. DLC tough. Here we go. This should be.
Oh, I'm tiny.
Oh,
mini Jack.
That's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's bring in the players here just a second here. Gray's gone for the bathroom real quick here. We'll give him a quick second. We'll bring in Tom for now. We'll bring in Tom. I'll just bring him in right now. Yo, GG's, Tom. GG's.
GG's.
Thank you.
Holy schmoly.
Going,
what a crazy base game 1 into DLC 2.
Yeah.
Someone ate their Wheaties today.
Mistakes at the start. I had some mistakes at the start for base game. I had to get some nerves out, apparently. Didn't remember how to upgrade.
It's pretty impressive that your biggest mistake this entire series was like missing a stone in Aeonia, and like you're smacking your head, throwing a little tantrum or
missing a
whatever. And that's
stone
like
and then
that's
missing,
it.
like not going to Celia Tunnel. Yeah, like I was like, what am I doing?
It's tough. Let's bring in Gray here as well, real quick. GG's, Gray. GG's.
GG's.
GG's, Gray.
I have match one up right now on the screen. If you guys want to look at the matches chat in the Discord, you can scroll to see match one results there. Let's talk about overall here. Obviously, a bit of a tough base game DLC matchup here. Which one did you guys coming into today feel the most comfortable with facing each other? Tom first, and then Gray here.
Yes, base game. I know Gray is like he's very solid at the DLC. I've also seen him put in a lot of work in base game. I was pretty nervous coming into this match. I didn't know what was gonna happen.
What about you,
It can be
Gray?
kind of tricky.
Oh,
sorry, just real quick. It can be kind of tricky, like with these off time zone opponents that you just like rarely play in practice. That like you kind of don't really know what to expect or like how the game is gonna feel when you're actually in it. So
Yeah.
I feel like we see a lot of that in this competition come out in interesting ways. But sorry, yeah, great. Go ahead.
For me, none, realistically. I did not have high hopes entering this matchup because I just know how good Tom is and how scary he can be. But I wanted to have a bit ballsy approach in the first game, but ended up biting me a bit.
Crusader was fun.
Yes, fuck that guy.
Yeah, that
Were
was
there-
definitely tough.
Okay. I
So-
That is my opening. I died multiple times on him before. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did
Yeah,
you fully upgrade for that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, for game one, you guys both decided to go for full upgrades first instead of rushing Knights Cavs or anything else rushable. Was that just because there was like Fire Giant and Rykard and like Blackbird Kindred on the board, or what exactly was the reason that both of you guys went for full upgrades first?
For me, the board was a slog. It was.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
The only thing was 2 night calves, and I was like, I wanted to go for Tree Sentinel Duo first, but I had some issues with upgrading. I was like, all right, I'll go for the Knights calves, and then I'll do Magnus for the Somber 6. Yeah, that was.
Did you kill Crystallian Duo for your stones for the 3 and 4 Somber?
No,
No.
I just did like a standard upgrade route, and then I forgot to pick up the Somber 4 in Kaled. And then I didn't go into Celia, so I picked up all the other stones though, like afterwards, like the higher upgrade stones, and it was like a big waste of time because my plan was going to plus 25 from the start, but I did not do it properly. So
I kept failing applying mini rot, and I did like 3 or 4 poets to do that. I was already.
Oh,
getting
did you? We
pissed
missed
at
that.
point. 3 or 4
Oh,
times
got
I
that.
failed to apply it. It was just like poking into my head, like.
well,
slowly
even
chicken.
if you fail the mini rot, you can just teleport and get the 8 stone, and then teleport and then go to the 7.
I didn't know if I did that, but I didn't know that I will survive up until 7, basically.
Gotcha.
So overall, this base game definitely had some interesting things going on, especially center square legendary talismans. Tom, you kind of started working on that pretty early on. Gray, was that something that you wanted to go for at some point as well, or was it kind of like you get it whenever you have the time?
At the point where I already died on Crusader multiple times, then got sniped on caves and trees and duo, I kind of gave up going for it early. But if I did get the Crusader early, I think I would have went for the 2 that are in Helic Tree and finished with the Godfrey. Because Godfrey was also God Boss, and that was my idea, but I had to adapt to a whole different plan pretty much when I had those misfortunes at the beginning, and try to improvise and push one line. My idea was to push him into row 1 potentially, but not for me to commit or race at row 1 at all. It was just to deceive him to go for it, but
Yeah.
when I saw Legendary Talisman, everything fell into the water pretty much, yeah.
You did get
Yeah.
a little giga-boned on that remembrance weapon options.
Oh,
for
that was.
Radahn.
Oh, I lost every gamba that I tried. Like my idea was do later than
What was the weapon?
a hand of Melania and a 46
Oh my God.
or plusy weapon like 37
That
and
Cragblade.
50 something. Yeah, of 37 dex and 50 something.
And was that
dex, like,
that was from Radahn? I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And
I
also on
wanted
top
to
of that, if
kill
you wanted
Radahn for-
Cragblade,
yeah.
it was 20,000 runes to buy it. So is it the
Really?
Hand of
Yeah.
Melania for free or 20,000 runes for Cragblade? And he's like, this is fucking stupid.
with 37 dexterity as well.
Wow.
Don't buy a lotto ticket today, Gray.
Yeah, that was tough.
Definitely skipping
So
today. Yeah.
great. I think the pivotal square and the specific board was caves for sure.
Yes,
I know that
was
obviously
1 second
Misbegotten
snipe, I
Crusader
feel like.
being a cave like seemed like a strong like synergy move, but given that like the board was already riddled with red, did you ever consider just going for like Bofa, Soldier of Godric, and Demi-Human Chiefs instead, just to
I
make sure
did.
that you did the fastest
Yeah.
things?
I did, but at the same time, I know if I do that I'm still not in the. I don't want to say winning position, but I would say not even contestable position. So I need to grid as much possible. Like for me, in my mind, I was also thinking of the duo in Kaled, like the duo of Cleanrot Knights, because that is also okay. I needed something,
Right,
you know,
right.
big out of that, not just to go for the quickest one. Because
Love the
going for
mindset,
quickest one,
yeah.
just prolongs it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, this base game definitely got out of hand very quickly after that cave square. There's just a lot of
That one was painful.
uh,
3 cent was
different
painful and
lines.
cave.
Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah, Tree Sentinel. The snipes on base game were definitely incredibly tough to deal with. And I'm assuming once you saw legendary talismans, like you knew that God bosses wasn't really yours
Yes,
either because
yes,
of Godefroy,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
which made sense, right? So that just made everything even more difficult here. Tom, for you, obviously creating threat after threat. When did you feel like? Did you ever feel comfortable going for a line but still didn't go for it, or was it just very much like you had to confirm that you could go for this diagonal?
Growth 1 was potentially faster than anything I had. I guess the diagonal I could have gone for earlier, but I didn't know if he was doing god bosses. He was kind of dark.
Yeah.
At least with with the snipes and whatnot. Imbued sword keys, when that was marked, I was like, yeah, I have to prep row 1 stuff. I was gonna go towards Fire Giant, but I figured if I beat him on god bosses, because he got me on smithing stone bell bearings, I was like, even if I went into the tunnel at that time, he would have beat me. So it's a good thing I pivoted to the god bosses then. I wasn't entirely sure what he had. I was guessing he had Soldier of Godric at least. He had
Yes.
Raya Lucaria, so I figured he could do Godskin Noble, Apostle, and then maybe he had Godric set up because of how much time has passed in the match. So it was kind of a gamble to see if I could get 4 god bosses. But I'm pretty confident in my Fire Giant. So I was, if that was the worst case scenario, I would have elected for the race.
Yeah, that my idea was to just push you into Fire Giant because I didn't want to race you because it's a big time commitment even if I lose the race.
Yeah.
But I wanted to push you because that is like buying me 4 minutes or something. Slowly getting like that. That's the only way how I can possibly get back to this game.
It's a good strat.
Yeah.
It's a good strat.
I really liked the idea, Tom, to split the blocks between the bell bearings and the god bosses because, like you say, you don't know in the dark like what's going on, and then you go into the bell bearing tunnel. You got 90,000 runes on you, and you're like, I mean, if I were gonna full send this, I would have to Mog here, but like, there's so many ways to turn this money into squares. Like, there's sorceries, incants,
Yeah,
remembrance. So
exactly.
just like, yeah, split the blocks from there.
My plan
since you can't
was
do it as fast as you
BBK
can.
into incants and then kill Radahn and go duo Gargs for the bingo, but kind of had to change the plan because of the row 1.
Yeah, I don't necessarily remember when you got BBK, but I know that I was thinking of getting imbued keys, then immediately going BBK, but I think you got it while I was still finishing imbued keys.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be right.
Yeah. Yeah, so that base game obviously got a little bit out of hand from that early game here. But when it comes to game 2, oh, that's the wrong.
That
friggin-
one got out of hand and off a rip as well.
So that's the one that's also very interesting, right? Because both you guys
Yeah.
kind of had somewhat similar starting points with that unique 2 max upgrades and also 2 blessings of America. I mean, we kind of called it from the very beginning that those 2 squares are definitely very important, and especially on that row 5 with Promised Concert Radon, it's definitely an insane pressure point if you get both. And Tom getting both kind of sets you up already on like a bit of a tough path just off the rip, right? When it comes to holding on to those 2 blessings, Gray, were you just hoping that you could still try to, I guess, even with the pathing that you were doing, do you think that you could have gotten the 2 max upgrades and 2 blessings? Is that what you were kind of aiming for? Or was it more or less like, if he gets one, I'll get the other?
That ladder, basically. If he gets one, I should get another, but I was 1 TP back because I had accidental TP before that, so I knew that I'm losing that one, but still went for it because of because of Tuskadu 10. But yeah, it was possibly fast decision, but the 2 max level upgrades really caught me in an awkward position when I already TP to Egon's Grace. If I didn't TP to Egon Grace immediately, I think that I would be in position to get it because it was like 2 seconds, and I had additional TP. Yeah.
I will mention, I feel like the Blade of Mercy grab kind of like boned you a little bit because it put you at kind of the right time, such that you were like there was no way that if Tom was rushing for max upgrades that you were gonna get it, but like you still like it hadn't been marked yet, and like I want it, and then like
Exactly.
yeah,
Those
it just
15
caught
seconds
you.
really did matter there. Yeah.
Definitely very tough here. And then
Mine made for that. Yeah.
was
Yeah, I
was
wasn't,
the
I
row
wasn't
1?
quite sure. Do you mind? If
Yeah,
I
go ahead, Tom.
chime in at the beginning? I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to do. I mean, there's a couple different ways of approaching this. I was thinking like, okay, because blessings hasn't been marked in like 4 or 5 minutes, I was thinking maybe I should just go and grab that square and then maybe lose max upgrade materials. But I kind of was hoping that the limited graces that I grabbed would kind of get me the max upgrade materials, and it's also better map for the rest of
Did
the
you
squares
skip
on the
more
board.
turns?
Yes.
Yeah, I assumed. Yeah.
Yeah, I skipped Marth Ruins, and I skipped the Church District High Road.
But that is exactly my thought process when I was doing run towards back section. Like back section, like the run for the upgrade materials I like gives me map overall. But that is exactly my thought. Should I pivot at any given grace to actually commit to the blessings?
It was just like,
Yeah.
when should I go for blessings? But when I was thinking, I'm like, I'm gonna go to that church anyway if I don't even get the square for the Skadu 10.
Yeah, for the Skadu.
So,
yeah, exactly same thoughts.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I hope I get the max upgrade materials.
Makes sense.
How close was the race on that?
Not near really, yeah, because I grabbed more ruins. So
Okay,
it was not
okay.
as close. Yeah.
Gray was
Yeah.
boarding to Egon's Grace right when you marked it, and that was kind of the
Okay.
like he's in a loading screen, so he then loses Blessings America.
Blessings because
Yeah.
of the loading screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is very tough.
Oh, you were in the loading screen when it was marked.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Regardless,
Oh,
though,
just
like
finished, yeah.
That's
Tom
unfortunate.
does get to port
Yeah.
first either way, so like most times he should win Blessings if he ports when he marks, and Gray has to like take that split second to be like, oh shit, I gotta go too. Like
Yeah,
you're
that
a
was
split
kinda the
second
hope.
behind, so, yeah.
That was kind of the hope, and then it could have been flipped either. It could have been flipped.
Yeah,
like,
it
could
was,
have
I
lost
think, like
both
2.
squares.
Yeah, it was like 2 seconds or 3 for blessings as well, so
Yeah.
it was very close. That loading screen messed me up there.
Yeah.
The one big thing here, I think, for Gray was row 1, and he was kind of working on that, right, Gray? But the question that I guess Jack and I both had was why the emphasis on floor stacks to sleep and not cookbooks?
I needed both. It was just a sequence there of it, but I felt like if he wants to have a South, he will go for ADM, and that is the first thing that you are getting, because there is matter, there is some reason, if you are accessing south, it's more logical to go for ADM than ELAC in this one. So just I felt that that is the first on the front if taken. But I didn't necessarily think that cookbooks were marked when they did, because they are fairly quick square, but nothing was really aiming us towards them from the things that we were doing.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that when the incants were marked, that would be like, oh crap, he's gonna grab the one like through the tunnel on the way to base route. I need to close out on this, like if I have any chance of keeping this line alive.
That did cross my mind, but at the same time, I know how many incants you have from back section alone, and plus Rao, I think that's still enough to, without that one. But yeah, that did cross my mind, indeed.
Yeah, no, I think that was like your one like ticket out. Same with like the matches yesterday. A lot of DLC matches in general. It's like there's one line that maybe you have advantage on that could maybe get you out of like all this whole like pressure cooker, if you will, right? And so yeah, we're hoping that would kind of like get you out of there, maybe put some pressure on Tom, because you had that south side of access, which Tom didn't have, you know, at that time for Putrescent Night and Trolls and Mausoleum. So that cookbooks is like the only thing needed to really show Tom,
yeah,
like,
I wanted
hey,
to pick up one of the cookbooks out as well.
Yeah.
That's why I went there. But yeah, it was.
Oh, you were gonna go do the ramp one?
Yes. That was my idea.
oh, interesting. Okay.
I think in hindsight, I should have done cookbooks before Bird Warriors. My plan was to grab the 2 cookbooks before, like, get the cookbook by the forge, then get the incant. But I apparently just kept going past the dragon and forgot about that cookbook when I was doing that. And I was like, maybe he's in Rao. I don't know. Like, it's hard to tell, because if he managed to, I knew he was gonna have better south access than me. So I was like, I'm gonna lose 3 trolls if he steamrolls Divine Bird Warriors and Horned Warriors.
Yeah,
and I'm just gonna
that's a
get
good
bingo.
thing to remember
So
as well. That,
I
like, there were
wasn't-
more squares. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure which one to do first. In hindsight, cookbooks is probably the better square to do first, because I did show some kind of presence in Ancient Rao. But yeah.
Yeah, at the time
makes
there were
sense.
2 squares in column
Yeah,
1, so it was a more
when
obvious
that
threat.
didn't work, my idea was row 3 as the final hope for bingo line, and I was needing 3 more schedule fragments for schedule 10 when you marked it.
Okay. Did you end up killing Gaius?
Yes.
Okay.
I was entering, actually, I was in a fight when you marked Hitless as well.
Yeah, you marked
But
Golden
yeah,
Braid,
Braid.
and I was just about to enter the fight when you did that.
You already had upgraded. What weapon were you using, actually?
I was using the
Halberd?
No, the Gargoyle Black Axe.
Oh, I was using it as well.
Yeah,
but
you guys were
I
both
thought
using the
the
same
halberd
weapon.
is. I thought I really like that halberd, but I don't think the Savage Lion skill can be applied on it, so I didn't want to use it. But that halberd has really good charge art too, like the G halberd. So
Yeah. But this Great Axe is really strong.
Oh
This
yeah,
is like
yeah,
it
yeah.
basically makes you want to use Golden Vow and stuff.
Right.
Were
with
you
it
using them?
of
Because I was.
the requirements. Yeah.
I was. Yeah. The damage was pretty decent with it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
All right. Well, with that, though, guys, thanks so much for playing today. I really do appreciate it, man. 2 insane matches back-to-back. Tom taking 2 more points on week 3, so getting 6 points total so far in the round-robin section. Gray walking away still with 4 points so far, but we have more matches next week, ladies and gentlemen. We still have more matches next week. Thanks so much for playing today, Tom and Gray. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Saturday, and we'll see you guys next week. Best of luck on that, all right?
It was my
All right,
pleasure playing
thank
you,
you.
Tom. Thank you for
Thanks for
commentating,
having
both of you.
us. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for the commentary, and
Thank you.
hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Bye bye.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.